You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Good morning, this is Force 13 Live, at least good morning here from the Midwest of the United States. I believe it's just before midnight on the west coast of Australia, and we are covering Cyclone Ilsa, which is the strongest storm to impact Australia, if memory serves me correctly, since Marcia back in 2015. If memory serves me correctly, that storm made a Category 5 storm landfall on the Australian scale. Was a Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale whenever it made landfall. And believe it or not, my research earlier indicated that there has not been a Category 5 storm on the Australian scale made landfall at Category 5 intensity in Australia since Marcia in 2015. It's been that long. But right now, we are continuing to cover Cyclone Ilsa. It has maximum sustained winds indicated by our analyst team, almost at Category 5 intensity. Winds are 155 miles per hour. And a pressure of 919 millibars. There is a landfall or a surface observation station just south of the eye wall right now, or just south of the eye, that is recording surface observations right now, and I'm sure that our live team will have the latest on those over the coming hours. So let me just fade in my live team now. We've got a few people here with me right now. We have Nathan, we have Soham, we have Isaac, Farhan, and Jose. How are you guys all doing?
Not bad. Got my microphone on mute there. I'm just in the background here updating the automated stream. Cyclone Ilsa, a major, very powerful cyclone. Landfall expected pretty soon. Not quite sure how soon, but it's been trending just slightly quicker the whole time that we've been watching it, hasn't it?
It has been, because I know that over the past 24 hours, both you and I have been monitoring the landfall timing very closely. We were originally thinking that it was going to be in 6 hours from now? And now it's trending towards maybe in the next 2 to 3 hours now.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty soon. The main part of the storm is already just about to reach the coast. Pardon me. Also, by the way, Ethan, it's only 8 p.m. there in the Australian West Coast, so we're not quite at midnight yet, but it will obviously go on all through the night, even though it is a fast-moving storm, it's still going to take 24 hours to clear when it makes landfall.
Absolutely. I just want us to bring up the latest radar image that we've got on the storm right now, and here it is. So you can see here, down here is the major population center down here of Port Hedland. Still a good distance away from the storm, but you see the distance here. We'll measure the distance between Port Hedland and this storm. So it's only, the center of the storm is only about 70 miles away from Port Hedland, and luckily the storm is moving in that direction. So it is moving sort of parallel to the city, I guess you could say. I'll loop this here. And Port Hedland is not going to be out of the clear completely with this storm, because you see there's out ahead of the main core of the system, which is up here. You have all of these outer bands here, and all of these outer bands are going to be pushing off towards Port Hedland and surrounding areas. And these outer bands, people tend to underestimate, I think, in terms of literally every single impact. So these outer bands could have tornadoes in them. They could have damaging wind gusts. They could have even heavy rainfall, and those would actually lead to flash flooding in multiple areas. So there's a lot of threats with the outer bands that could reach Port Hedland and could cause some significant impacts.
Breaking news, we just got a new observation from Bedoubt Island in Australia, and the latest update shows a wind gust up to 136 knots.
Oh my
136
gosh.
knots with a 10-minute sustained wind of 107 knots, pressure down to 941.1 millibars. Those are the latest updates.
I just want to point out as well, the closest settlement to the storm right now is De Grey, 61 miles south of the center of the eye right now. It's around about 93 kilometers, I think, or a bit more, 98 kilometers. So it is closing in.
I'm not entirely sure what the Bureau of Meteorology has on this storm in terms of wind speed, but I know that the storm is a Category 5 storm on the Australian scale. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the Bureau have 140 miles per hour, and that's 10 minutes sustained winds, which of course, that's well into the Category 5 range. The Joint Typhoon Warning Center has actually just gone with 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 922 millibars.
Uh,
So there's
I'll
their
have to
estimate.
stop you there, Ethan. It's just got overridden.
Oh.
Oh, that's
They
nice.
downed it to 150 miles per hour, 929 millibars.
Oh, well, that's what I thought it might have been. I did my analysis earlier. Just to point out as well, this is the strongest storm to make landfall in Australia, at least since sorry, not all of Australia, but this area of Australia since Cyclone Lawrence in 2009, one of the very first storms I tracked in the Southern Hemisphere. But to go a year ago, go pretty far back to find a Category 5 landfall, on the Saffir-Simpson scale, unless that was a 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was almost a 5, but it got really close. One that I remember in this area in particular that you reanalyzed, Nathan. It's unofficial, but it's Joan.
I was just going to mention it.
That one old season, I forget which year it was, but I'm sure that you
Cyclone Joan, December 1975, probably a Category 5 landfall, and it was only about 30 or 40 kilometers west of Port Hedland when it made landfall. So yeah, that's a really interesting storm, and that one was quite damaging as well.
Yeah, so maybe that's a comparison to the storm. Obviously, the difference between, a low-end Category 5 and what the storm is at right now, a high-end Category 4, you're not really going to be seeing much difference. That's a difference of maybe 5 to 10 miles per hour. And the grand scheme of things in terms of wind damage, that doesn't really make that much of a difference, to be honest. But I gotta say, just looking at my radar here, Nathan, there's still a very surprising amount of eye wall lightning in the northern side of the eye wall. I wonder what that entails, perhaps.
Well, usually it's a sign of strengthening.
In this case, I would probably call it a sign of maintaining.
Yeah, so we are seeing the eye collapsing on satellite imagery. Do you? I guess I sort of come to you with this question, Soham. Do you know why this eye is collapsing? Is it due to dry air? Is it due to wind shear?
It's a combination of many factors, but the biggest one is dry air. Both water vapor imagery and radar imagery showcased a pathway for mid-level dry air to come in and disrupt the storm. So post around 9 a.m. in the morning in UTC time, the dry disruption caused the storm to quickly lose its shape. However, as of I've noticed in latest frames, it's still holding on. So the radar activity might be a testament to that.
If you do have any comments or questions, you can send those down into the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up bright and orange for me so I can recognize them.
I'll be taking a look at the chat there as well periodically. Movement right now, south-southeast. If it kept going in that same direction we expected to turn at least a little bit, but if it didn't, then we'd be looking at landfall very near Pardue.
So I just want to pull up real quick the latest Bureau of Meteorology cone, and you can see here they do have it making landfall near somewhere called Pardue Roadhouse. Never heard that before. Weakening very quickly as it heads inland. Lucky thing is, I don't know what the updated stats are, Nathan, but there's only 250 people at risk of hurricane force winds for this storm. I mean, obviously it's gotta be a little bit higher now because Port Hedland's, in the firing range for this, I guess you could say now.
That's probably gone up a bit, yeah. If you come back to me in a moment, I'll get that data right now and take a look.
That's something that has to be noted for this region, for those individuals, especially that lives in the northern hemisphere. One thing that you have to keep in mind is that this area is very populated. It's not like the Philippines or the U.S. Gulf Coast, where there is lots of ground and lots of open area. This area of the world, Western Australia, is basically a vast desert with small communities every 50 kilometers or so. It's basically empty. Of course, that's not to say that the storm will not be damaging to those that are affected. There are only relatively few, but for them, it is still going to be damaging and catastrophic storm, considering how strong this thing is.
Someone is asking.
Latest. Oh, I'm sorry, but I just want to mention latest info here. Chances of hurricane equivalent conditions about 1,100 people now.
That in the grand scheme of things, when you talk about a tropical cyclone, that's really quite low.
It's still low, yeah. There's one or two little towns there. I'm just trying to figure out where these are on this. It's not very forthcoming, this map that I'm using. I'm trying to figure out what place that is. I don't know. Come back to me.
Yeah. Someone is asking us, what do we think the landfall intensity will be? At least from my end right now, the best call that personally I can make for a landfall intensity is probably going to be 150 miles per hour. Of course, it's at 155 now, and it is weakening very slowly, or at least maintaining intensity as it comes on in. So what does everyone else think on that landfall intensity?
Yeah, it's not going to change very much. I would tell you there's a small location that I'm quite concerned about that's pretty much in the path of the storm. It's a small community called Warralong. That is one location that is right in, sort of on the western side, but it's one of very few places that's got population inside the 10% area for hurricane equivalent winds. Hedland isn't in that, by the way.
I just want to point out that right now there's this little tiny island here. You can see it right there in the southern eyewall right now, or maybe it's in the eye right now. It's hard to say. But supposedly, according to surface observations, a pressure of 941.1 millibars was recorded at this point. So that just shows a true testament at how strong the storm is, and that's still in the eye wall. It's not even in the eye yet, at least on radar.
Nope. It's
very strong.
It's really in that inner core right now. We're gonna get an update from that station here in the next 2 or 3 minutes or so. So hopefully it's still reporting by then. The last one that got hit by this, the one over in Raleigh Shoals, was a trooper and survived basically the entire thing with the only downside being that the anemometer kind of stopped functioning. But other than that, it basically went through the entire event, basically unfazed. So hopefully this one does the same thing. We're able to get some crucial information onto how strong the cyclone actually is.
And what were the so far the peak gust and sustained winds so far?
So far, the peak gust that's been recorded right now, and again, we're going to get into the update in about a minute or two here. The peak gust has been 136 knots, and the peak 10-minute winds have been 107 knots. And then obviously that minimum pressure is 941 millibars.
So they've got sustained, and I'm assuming that sustained winds is in 10-minute winds, right?
Yeah, 10-minute sustained winds of 107 knots.
Okay. So assuming that we round that up, that would be around probably, well, no, you'd probably round that down, so that would probably be 105 knot 10-minute sustained winds. That would probably translate to around 140 to 145 miles per hour in terms of 1-minute winds, at least on the southern side. But the northern side is the strongest of the storm right now, at least on visible, on radar, on everything. That's what our image is asking. Go ahead.
New update just came in. Incredible ratings here. This latest rating has 113 knot 10-minute sustained winds with a new wind gust up to 142 knots. 142 knot wind gust with a pressure down to 937.7 millibars.
Holy cow.
113 knots is 125 knots per 1 minute. That's 145 miles per hour. 1 minute sustained.
Yeah, that's around. You said that the 10-minute sustained winds were 113 knots there.
Yes, sir.
113.
Yeah, that's
111 to 113 ish.
That's probably That's probably around 150 miles per hour. 1 minute sustained
40.
winds.
45, 47, 145, 147.
Yeah, around there.
Mid-range Cat 4. And
Either way,
937.7 millibars.
that confirms that this is at least a Category 4. So that's very interesting. We have a lot of questions coming in here. Someone
Don't
saying,
take this storm lightly.
and that was the voice of Taniel. We'll come to you here in a minute, Taniel. Do we have CDPS with this storm? I'm afraid we don't. But I imagine if we did have CDPS, that would be around a stage 6 to a stage 7, I imagine.
I'm working on data right now for the new scale that we're developing, the cyclone impact potential, still experimental at the moment, but I'm going to see what that's producing right now. It's similar to the CDPS, but it factors in more potential impact, so we'll take a look.
Someone is asking us, could this become a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale? To be honest, if the
By
surface,
some people, it already has become one.
yeah,
By some people,
if
yeah.
the surface clouds continue to increase in intensity, I think it might already be one. But that's if the surface clouds continue to increase like they have been.
And
We'll
if
have to wait
it's
and see. Someone's asking us a very interesting question. Why do extratropical lows seem to have bigger wind fields than hurricanes / typhoons and cyclones? I guess that I'm not really sure. I guess that they just like to take up more space, I guess. Best way I can
More
refer to it.
broad.
Yeah. That was the voice of Taniel. You're joining us here from, I believe, the east coast of the U.S., if I recall.
Yes.
Good morning to you, and what are your thoughts on this storm right now?
Well, I've been obviously stalking radar, and as we currently speak, I'm doing a recon in flight sim, at least into the eye. So, just traveling that distance out in a fighter jet. Don't mind me. Just trying to get out there as quick as I humanly can. I think I'm already in the eye.
Absolutely.
So, Ethan, you called it on my new scale. This is still experimental data, but stage 6.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right around where I thought it would be. Pretty close.
And it would have been much higher if populations were higher, though.
Do we have data for rainfall precipitation? Just give me a few minutes, and I will get the latest GFS model run output. I have to fire up my software for this, and that'll be just a minute.
Oh, we're expecting about 9 inches, 225 millimeters more, according to last night's TWB.
But how many inches are going to fall in like really populated areas though? I don't think that much, right?
No, not a huge amount.
Ethan, if you have been paying close attention to radar, you might have noticed the thickness of the precipitation signatures around the eye wall of the radar has increased.
It is pretty intense on the northern side. Albeit where this weather station is that we're getting the surface observations, that is the weakest part of the eye wall, actually. So I wonder if maybe this storm is much stronger on the northern side, perhaps.
The current mathematical extrapolation of all the observations and the linear trends so far continue to point at a very consistent 918 millibars for center. So let's see. So if the mathematical calculations are correct, then by prediction the center or the dead center of the eye should have 918 millibars. 918 millibars.
Right, so we've got the latest GFS run here. This is out to the next 48 hours. This is the next 2 days, and you can quite clearly see the track of the storm going to move quickly inland into basically the middle of nowhere in central Australia and really die out. Luckily, not really going to be coming back out to land, thankfully, and will weaken as it moves inland. But the rainfall threat here. You can see anywhere within this red area, I believe, is 10 inches or more of rainfall. So just looking at like a location reference here. Down here's Port Hedland. Port Hedland is, at least on the GFS model run, maybe about to be maybe about half an inch to an inch of rainfall only in that area. That's a little bit surprising if you ask me. I think it's going to be a little bit higher personally. But that's what we're seeing on the rainfall side of things. But near where we're forecasting the landfall to be, rainfall is going to be a little bit intense. But good thing is about the storm is it's not going to linger over the area for too long. It's going to be moving quickly out towards the southeast here. But still in the landfall area, we could be seeing rainfall up towards 5 inches, maybe getting up towards 8 inches in parts as the storm moves inland. So certainly a pretty significant rainfall threat with this storm over a very limited area. If you have any comments or questions, keep sending them into the comment section down below. Someone is asking us, why didn't the Japan Meteorological Agency not name 90W? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. That storm absolutely should have gotten a name, if you ask me.
Well, those of us who have been tracking for a long time know that the JMA has a very interesting type of scale called the COBA scale that they use for their intensity calculations, and their method of using Dirac is also rather weird. At least for the storm. Okay, at least for the weaker storms.
I guess that this is sort of a question for you here, Nathan. What is the potential storm surge from this storm? I'm not really entirely sure, to be honest.
Oh, me neither, but typically during storms of these, in 16 feet, probably more.
Yeah, so there's going to be a very significant storm surge, but any threat of storm surge is probably going to be on the eastern side of the eye right now. And I don't think that there's any population areas to the east of the eye wall, at least where it's going to be coming ashore at. Which is thankfully some really good news. Someone is also asking us, how big is this storm right now? In terms of cloud cover, I'm not entirely sure.
I'll give you a rough estimate. Give me a second.
Tropical storm force winds extend out up to about 120 nautical miles, and hurricane equivalent winds out to about 40 nautical miles, which is 80 kilometers roughly. 75, yeah. So, actually, when you think of that, it's only about 95 kilometers offshore. So, Category 1 winds should be starting along that coastline soon.
Ethan, to add to that point, about from outflow channel to outflow channel, it's about 500 miles wide of a storm, but the main base structure is a lot smaller.
Which that is quite typical for these storms that are moving into Australia.
Yeah.
I wish that I could get like a more zoomed out look for this, but I can't.
Go to Zoom Earth.
Well, I'm probably going to go to just Real Earth and pull up an imagery there, just to show just simply how big this this cloud cover extends off
like
towards the south.
275 for the main radar coverage of the storm. The main blob of convection.
I'm just pulling up that imagery now. Right, here it is. And you can just see just how far this storm's influence, at least cloud cover, extends down towards. Extends down towards, getting down towards areas pretty deep into Australia here. Northern side, not as much, though.
I want to point out that the eye is warming again.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, it's wobbling.
It's warming again. It's warmed back to DG.
That was the voice of Kenneth. You're joining us from Hong Kong. How are you doing?
Yes. I'm studying campus right now.
Someone is asking us, should Ilsa get retired whenever that time comes? A bit too early to say that.
Gee. But it will, because the Aussies retire everything, pretty much.
Yeah.
Any major storm, really.
Tyler Sherry, slow down there. Says, I live in southeast corner of Queensland at Kippering, just north of Brisbane. I saw on the models WHRF, or maybe HWRF, the peak for this is 179 knots. Well, that's not going to happen. And that they know that high tide is at 3 a.m., so that's interesting.
We just got a new update from the Bidou Island weather station, and the latest update has a wind gust of, get this, 150 knots, with a pressure down to 936.3 millibars.
Sustained winds?
A wind gust of 150 knots, sustained winds. It looks like it's lowered a bit, so maybe it's starting to get into the eye here. I did see a report of 117 knots, 10-minute, but I haven't found a source for that quite yet. So far the highest that I've seen is 113. But in terms of gusts, we're now up to 150 knot peak wind gust here, and then again pressure down to 936.3 millibars.
That's very impressive. Not every day that we get a surface observation station indicating those sustained winds. I can't remember the last time that we've had a station even get close to that. And here is that station for reference on radar.
All the Westpac storms, I think, were the last time we got such real-time data.
Yeah, it's
Either that or
incredible
Ian.
that this weather station has held up so much. If this happened over here in the U.S., this thing would be gone, like right when it got into the outer inner eye wall there. Yeah, so this is amazing how it's kept up.
I guess the U.S. has to work on infrastructure.
Speaking more about the observation station here, just for reference, it's on obviously the island of Bidou and Australia, and the elevation that this is in is an 8.6 meter, or about 28 foot, 28 feet off the ground rather. And I was looking at pictures of it, and it's basically a really well enforced lighthouse that this is reporting from. So hopefully it continues reporting into the eye, and we get to get those crucial readings.
Absolutely. Keep those comments and questions coming. What is the eye temperature right now in this storm? Soham? I come see you.
I'll double check. Give me a second.
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm not very impressed, if I'm being honest.
It's kind of gone away. The eye. It's kind of done its little recycle.
I'm just watching your imagery now, Ethan. I mean, that looks like it's shriveling up to me.
Yeah, that's.
But radar, of course, tells a different story.
It's
radar will always tell a different story.
Yeah, we know. Mm-hmm.
It's a bit interesting what I'm seeing on radar, because if I loop this, it appears, at least to me, that as the southern eye wall is passing over the station, it appears though that the southern eye wall may be intensifying a little bit.
Yeah, pretty much that eye wall is about to come ashore.
Yeah, if we just measure the distance out from land right now, let me just
How long is that loop?
The loop is about the past hour.
So,
how fast is the storm moving right now? Do we know?
I think around 10 miles an hour to the southeast, if I'm not mistaken. I could be a little bit wrong on that, though.
Swear to God, it's moving faster than that.
Yeah, if that's an hour's worth, then that's going to take a while.
A lot quicker.
Yeah, it's got about 30, 40 miles until it makes landfall.
Also, I think I found the island that you're getting your observations from in Flight Sim.
Yeah, it's actually in the, pretty much in the eye now.
Yeah, it's right on the fringe, yeah. It's pretty much starting to get your clearance, I'll let you know. In Flight Sim, all I can tell you is I sit, like, on top of the water for, like, 10 minutes, and that eye is overhead when I'm in the eye wall. So it's moving at a decent rate. You don't usually see that with these systems in Flight Sim that often. Usually takes a good bit of time. Yeah, this thing's right parked off the coastline, pretty much.
And, the surface observation, Isaac, is it still standing, or has it broken off yet?
Well, we get an update from the station roughly every 10 minutes, every now and then a special update a little bit earlier than that. So far, it's been so good. Everything's been fine. And at 150 knot wind gust was reported twice from the
Twice?
station. So yeah, twice. Not once, twice. And it's both
Okay.
on the official Bureau of Meteorology website and the other website that I look at here, so it's legit. And as we're saying, it's going to be entering that eye wall. I mean eye wall. That outer eye very soon if it hasn't already. And we'll get another update from that probably in the next 4 minutes or so. So I'll keep you posted on that when that comes.
Someone is asking us, during its formation, did it go through a couple of eye wall placement cycles? I don't think it did.
Hmm.
I think
It never underwent any eye wall replacement cycles. It was sheared so badly from the start because as it was rounding the subtropical range and moving southwest, it was consistently being badly sheared from the east by the upper level anticyclone.
At least from my radar appearance here, Soham, the eye wall, at least I know that it was having some dry air intrusions. It appears to have fended that off for the time being. So maybe that dry air in the eye will help clear up the eye again, maybe, and maybe we'll see the storm continue to intensify. Hard to say if it does or not. But no sign of an eye wall placement cycle on radar. No sign of it at all. So this storm should be at least maintaining intensity right now as it comes into land. Of course, it's got 1 minute sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That's a high-end Cat 4 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale.
Honestly,
well into
based
Category
off
5
all
on
the
the Australian.
observations, based off all the observations, you can honestly make an argument for Category 5 earlier in the day. When we get down to doing reanalysis on the storm, there will probably be a legitimate argument for going 160 miles per hour earlier in the day.
Someone is asking, someone is asking us here, what is the movement speed of this Cyclone Ilsa, and is it moving faster or is it slowing down?
According to the Bureau of Meteorology, as of their last update at 8 p.m. local time over there, it's moving southeast at 14 kilometers an hour, which is I think roughly 8 or 9 miles an hour. As of the latest update.
It's as for the change in speed, intensity, what do we say? Change in movement speed. Yeah, it's definitely sped up a little bit.
And still speeding up, if you ask me.
Just want to say hello and acknowledge a couple of people in the chat that we've seen so far who are in Port Hedland. Hope things are going okay there. Looks like a band is pushing through roundabout now. So if it's safe to do so, keep us up to date if you can about your conditions over there. But it does look like that you'll get away, but you'll probably get tropical storm force winds, but it shouldn't be hurricane force. So that's some good news.
No, the worst of this storm is going to remain far off towards Port Hedland's east. I shouldn't really say far. It's going to be a close call either way as far as humans go. But still, tropical storm force winds, those can cause some damage. People oftentimes think with the core of the storm is going to come ashore, that's where all the damage is going to be. No. Tropical cyclones are huge storms of energy, and they tend to make their force known over a very large area. And that means that impact is tend over a very large area. That could mean heavy rainfall, storm surge, flash flooding. I don't really know if landslide will be an issue in these areas, as well as, of course, those damaging wind gusts as well. And is Port Hedland recording tropical storm force winds right now? I imagine they are.
Good question.
New update just came in from Bedell, and certainly seems like it's edging on that outer eye of the cyclone there. Pressure down to 934.8 millibars. Wind gust 107 knots, with time sustained of 80 knots. So the winds have lessened a little bit as opposed to the readings about 30 minutes ago. So that's the latest from there. Again, a pressure down to 934.7 millibars there.
Yeah, as far as I believe, it's riding the edge of the eye right now, and then about to go right back into the eye wall.
Port Hedland so far has seen maximum sustained winds of 41 kilometers an hour, gusting to 61.
So that's not quite tropical storm force winds yet, or is that in 10-minute
No.
sustained winds?
It might be, but still, it wouldn't be. Pressure there right now, just about to drop down to 998. So
that's still some decently windy conditions. Someone in the area is reporting all okay, but very loud and windy. A few branches down, but that's it about at the moment.
Pressure is down to 934.8 millibar.
At the station?
And just another note,
That is correct.
14 millimeters of rain so far in Port Hedland, which is not very much so far.
So far.
Just translate that to inches for me.
It's just above half an inch.
That's it?
Yep.
Even considering the cloud cover that Port Hedland has right now, that's still pretty shocking to me. I thought that they would have gotten more.
Well, what you have to be considered is that although in tropical cyclone terms, that's not very much in terms of the local climate of this region, where it's basically almost constantly dry and hot. That's quite substantial still for this particular area of the world.
Yeah. Especially as this moves into the central part of Australia.
It is a fair point. The whole monthly average for April in Port Hedland is 22 millimeters.
Well, that doesn't help out very much.
Yeah.
So we're already 2/3 of the way to getting a month's worth of rain there.
Yeah. It's
That's how
pretty
dry
much-
it is.
Yeah, Australia is very dry and only really the most wet on the edges, right next to the coastline, where most of the population is.
Yep.
Not a lot of people out in the central.
If you do have any comments or questions, you can do send them in the comment section down below. Someone is saying, did we mention that 2 named cyclones have made landfall in the same area as Ilsa, apparently? I'm not entirely sure what those 2 named storms are, to be honest.
I think one of them is Rosita.
Historic, or?
I think one of them is Rosita 2000. I don't recall what's the other one.
I'm not entirely sure, but someone is also asking, will Cyclone Ilsa be a flooding threat like Cyclone Ellie was? Yes. Not to an extent of Ellie, of course, but the flash flooding threat is still going to be quite significant with this storm. On top of that,
Especially
we
for
have
this side of the world.
Yeah. On top of that, we also have the wind threat. Whenever Ellie was coming in, that was what, a tropical storm whenever it was coming in, I believe?
I forget. I'm not as familiar with these names.
It was nowhere near the storm's intensity, though. So on top of that, you also have the strong wind threat with this system as well. Of course, those strong winds, you have this whole expansive of this tropical cyclone. In all reality, the strongest winds are probably going to be confined to a very localized area around the eye, in the eye wall, as we call it. And that is in this circled area surrounding the eye. And that is going to be your most intense part of the storm. Now, surrounding this, you have all of these outer bands here. And all of these outer bands here can still pack a very significant punch. Whenever these move through, you can get wind gusts, honestly, up to hurricane force. That's at 75 miles per hour in these outer bands. So these outer bands can still pack a very significant punch. And on top of that, you have the threat for heavy rainfall in those outer bands as well. Someone is asking us, do we think that it is a Category 5 now? At least from my point of view, to be honest, it probably was a Category 5 earlier. I have to do some more data crunching on that number to determine if it actually was or not. But at least from this surface observation standpoint, I want to see what happens whenever it goes through the northern eye wall, personally, before making any big intensity call.
Looks like the island will be just skimming the western side of the eye, so we won't be getting the true pressure center, which is a little unfortunate. But at least it's good that we got the amount of observations that we did.
Yeah, 150 knot reading from that is just no joke. That is just incredible.
Someone is also asking us how many hours until landfall?
A little hard to say right now.
If I had to guess, it's probably gonna be
Uh,
around maybe 3-4 hours, maybe getting down towards 2. That general
global
vicinity.
models, global models, and other models wanted landfall at around 8:30. 15Z, which is around 2 hours, 2.5 hours from now. Well, that's at least that's what the models want.
I just want if anyone can do my research here. What was the last Hurricane Force storm to make landfall in this area? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I know that Veronica in 2019 got close, but I think that was way off towards the southwest, if I recall.
I think the only one to make landfall in the western side of Australia was 2020. I think it's Damien.
But that's way to the west in the Pilbara region, nowhere near Port Hedland. So if we're looking for
What?
exact land Port Hedland, that will not be it.
The last one was Stan in 2016.
Why that name? Why?
And that was, only a Category 1?
Yeah, it was weakening as well. Before that, there was Cyclone Rusty in 2013. We covered that one as well. Category 2 at landfall. Very similar place to where this one's going right now.
But of course, when you look back at all the archives and you look at when the last time a very strong storm moved onshore in this area, it's been a hot minute.
Lawrence, yeah. Lawrence 2009, Category 4, and there's been no official Category 5 landfall in this area, but, I think Joan might have done it. 1975.
And just
Well, that
clarifying,
was west of Port Hedland, I should say, though. There's nothing east of there.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you are talking about the Saffir-Simpson Scale. Of course, on the Australian scale, Joan was one at landfall by a pretty significant margin. Last Category 5 Australian landfall in this area would, of course, be Lawrence.
Yep.
So it's been a significant minute for this kind of Australia, and even then, it's been a significant minute for the whole of Australia to get a Category 5 Australian scale landfall. Last one was Marcia in 2015, and that was I think that was a low-end Australian 5 whenever it made landfall in Western Australia. Remember it correctly?
Eastern Australia, that was Martha.
Of course, we're talking about Australia.
New update
just note if the northern
the update just came in from the weather station and Bordeaux and speed out, and pressure is down to 933.1 millibars. Winds have continued to decrease. Now they're sustained 10-minute at 59 knots with gusts to 71 knots. Wind direction is out of the southeast. Again, pressure down to 933.1 millibars.
931.1, you said?
933.1.
Okay, so it's slowly getting there. Someone,
like I said, it's skirting the edge of the eye to the west.
Someone here is asking us, what is the sea surface temperature underneath the storm right now? Plenty of sea surface temperatures to go around. Right now, underneath the storm, at 30 degrees Celsius, and actually, as it gets towards land, it actually increases a little bit to 31 degrees Celsius. So, sea surface temperature is not going to be an issue for this storm, unfortunately.
Enjoy.
I'm not entirely sure on the ocean heat content side of things, though.
I saw a comment there from someone saying that they live around the area that Saroja struck in 2021. And an interesting thing about that storm is that this morning I read that some areas are having to deal with asbestos contamination. The thing with asbestos is that if it's scattered into tiny particles, it will go everywhere. And the houses in this area having been destroyed by Saroja, having a lot of asbestos in it, being built from when asbestos was still common, all of this asbestos is just spread everywhere and it's now contaminating the ground, the air, and the water system. So that's an interesting tidbit about that storm. Not sure if the same would be happening with these small communities and Ilsa, but considering that these communities are very remote, it's probably going to be the same, actually.
Okay, so based on the sustained winds that were recorded on the southern side, 113 10 minutes, based on undersampling and all the coast quality control, it's likely that the correct intensity of the southern side is 135 knots 1 minute, based on the weather outlet observations.
At this rate, landfall's probably still 3 hours away. I was just doing some number crunching there.
Still a good bit until landfall.
Of course, it could speed up. I mean, it won't take that much of a jog to push it closer by a whole hour. It feels like it's moving so slowly when you look at it, but I'm still calculating it's probably about 9 miles an hour.
And
Currently just on the main land and flight sim, just calculating myself. Jeez. Swear to God, I'm going blind in flight sim from all the lightning.
Soham, this is another good question for you. And I know that I just asked you a question in DMs, of course, but someone here is asking us, what is the current accumulated cyclone energy of the Australian cyclone season?
Good question.
I do not have a ACE index for the cyclone for this particular basin, but I do have one for the entire southern hemisphere, which is around 228 as of right now.
What?
That's what he's got. And what's the average?
Average for the entire season is 200 around.
Okay, so that's not that bad.
It helps. I mean, considering the last 3 seasons have all fallen well short of 200, this is the first season that's above average. This is the first season that's above average since the legendary 2018-19 season.
If you want some, there are indications from CSU. They do ACE calculations. They're currently got 215 so far for the season in the Southern Hemisphere. And the average, they say, at this point is 193. Through the end of the season, the average is 204. So,
How much is that?
The reason why mine is so much higher is because of 3 main reasons. The first one is there are many missed storms. Secondly, GTWC themselves did quite a lot of underestimates. Herman in particular comes to mind. That storm was a particularly nasty bad one. I believe they put the intensity at 125 miles per hour as peak for Herman.
the Northern Hemisphere officially remains at 0, which it probably shouldn't be.
Yeah.
The Northern Hemisphere should at least have a little bit of ACE, at least thanks to 90W, which probably was a tropical storm at peak.
Yeah.
Someone is asking us, how does Ilsa compare to Cyclone George of 2007?
I
Powerful
personally
storm.
haven't looked at George. But I think it's slightly better. Hard to say.
I know, Ethan, that we haven't taken a look at watches and warnings for a while.
Oh yes, let me pull up the latest Bureau of Meteorology cone, and I'm not entirely sure what locations that they do that in. It's very weird, at least from a American point of view, how the Bureau do watches and warnings.
Okay, just in the Bureau of Meteorology has reported that 117 knots were recorded, 117 10 minutes in the southern eye wall.
That's out
So that corresponds to 155 miles per hour in 1 minute, and that's the weakest quadrant.
Okay, so here's what the Bureau has for the watches and warnings. They have a cyclone warning for Bidyadanga. What kind of town name is that? To Wim Creek, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidyadanga. And it's sending inland past Kumawaritiji. I have no clue. Including Nullagine, Marble Bar, Parnger, and Telfer. My bad on the pronunciation of some of those cities. I know I most certainly got some of them wrong. But
Only David was here.
Yeah.
Kunawaritji. And the watch extending as far as Kiryakuna.
And southwest to Balgo.
At least I sound more confident saying it. It sounds right, even if it might be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not confident in saying those at all. But that's what we're seeing for the watches and warnings. I wish that there was a little statistic that we could see of population in these warnings. Even if it was, I don't think it would be very much.
No. We're probably talking... Oh no, well, Port Hedland's in the warning, so... I'll just try and rustle up a very quick spot estimate here on how many people might be in that. And approximately, waiting for the magic number to pop up, about 17,000 in the watch and warning zone.
That's when you were talking about a big tropical cyclone like this. That's not
they
a
affect
lot.
millions, yeah.
Yeah.
50% of that 17,000 is the Port Hedland area right now. So, in terms of the area that's actually in the direct firing line, it's very, very small.
Someone is asking us how close is a storm to landfall. Closest land point is pretty much about 29 miles due south, 2930 or so.
Unless you count that island.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that island is like, what, 5 miles away? It's very close. But the most likely landfall area, if I just loop this imagery here, it looks like that it might be coming ashore in a location about 35 miles to the southeast right now. Might be coming into this little bend area here, and that is about 45 miles away. So give or take how fast the storm is moving right now. You said at 10 miles an hour is how fast it's moving right now?
9 or 10 probably.
Yeah, it means about 3 to 4 hours until landfall.
Yeah. Which is, I suppose, a bit surprising, because if that's true, Ethan, then we are saying that landfall time hasn't shifted since we were looking at it yesterday, and we thought it had gotten a little bit sooner, but perhaps not. Of course, the slight turn that it's doing, I mean, if it turns even more, it will further prolong the time until landfall. So...
I mean, I imagine that the slight timing change isn't really going to be meaning that much in terms of impacts, though, because that's only... We were originally looking at 2 a.m. Australian time, and now we're looking at basically probably midnight to 1 a.m. So, I mean...
if it moves further east, the population density is continuing to go down as it goes along an 80-mile beach, so much so it's called 80-mile beach. There's literally nothing on that, so that would be good news. Lawrence made landfall along the 80-mile beach, so if it does move more east, I say that because it will have more chance to intensify the longer it has over those waters too. So,
someone is asking us: is Cyclone Ilsa the 4th Category 4 storm of the season in the Australian region? On the Australian scale, no. On the Saffir-Simpson Scale, yes. The first one, well, technically yes, but officially no. Because you had Dorian, then you had Freddy, and then you had a debatable Herman, which for some reason the JTWC officially have as a Category 3. And then, of course, you have this one. So that would make it technically 4. Keep those comments and questions coming. We really appreciate them. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up nice and bright and orange for me to read your question here. Someone is asking us, why is tornado formation low in cyclones and typhoons, but high in hurricanes like Ian? That's an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure the answer to that, to be honest.
Really depending
Not
on
all
the environment.
hurricanes.
It's really dependent on the environment that the said hurricane, typhoon, or cyclone is in. If the atmosphere is prone to have a more tornadic spin to produce tornadoes, it has a likelihood of spawning. So that's not all, but
And
definitely the more
less
intense
publicity.
ones.
Of course, there are cases like Ivan that is an extreme case in terms of tornado instead of hurricanes and tropical cyclones. It really does depend on storm and conditions.
Even then, I imagine that the overall tornado threat with this tropical cyclone is still going to be fairly low, which is some really good news.
Latest updates
So
that came in
ENT,
from-
the observations never entered the eye. Never fully entered the eye. It bottomed out at 931.7 millibars, and it never entered the eye fully. So
yeah, the
now it's
latest
going back into the northern eye wall.
latest observations I made is up slightly to 933.6, with wind gusts at the lowest right now that they've been at 57 knots sustained and 82 knots gust. And sustained meaning 10-minute sustained winds of 57 knots, and then I'm assuming a 30-second gust of 82 knots, which is the latest update. That's a slight uptick in pressure, like I said, to 933.6 millibars.
So the pressure is fluctuating a little bit. I don't think that it's going to get the exact center, unfortunately.
Battery
That's
critical.
going to pass off towards the east, unfortunately. We're going to take a short break here. Stay tuned for more live coverage. We'll be going up right until landfall with this landfall coverage. The storm is about 3 to 4 hours away from landfall. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this short break.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello, welcome back to Force 13 Live. We are continuing to monitor Cyclone Ilsa as it makes its prowling approach towards the coast of Australia as a high in Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, Category 5 on the Australian scale. Right now, maximum sustained winds 1 minute by our analyst team are estimated to be 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 919 millibars. I imagine our analyst team will be going over the surface obs data very closely, and I imagine that we might be coming up with a new fix apparently. Rumors are being told in the background. I'm still joined by my live team consisting of Taniel, Nathan, Isaac, and Soham, and we're also now joined by Nick.
Welcome.
Maybe.
So Nick, you're just now joining us here from over in Europe. What are your thoughts on this powerful system right now?
Yeah, well, it was definitely something to expect. Well, I mean, we did definitely see like almost 5 days before all the model forecasts by the GFS and the ECM. They were definitely threatening, and just to see this just being put into actual display is definitely quite frightening. So what we have right now is, I think it's a Category 4 cyclone. I have not been paying as much attention lately, but of course it's going to be a massive wind and rain threat, and I'm just going to hope that everyone in the areas has been prepared and at most maybe evacuated.
Yep.
Absolutely, and time to prepare is really closing. I mean, the time to prepare really has, at this point, I imagine that the door to prepare has pretty much closed at this point. And I know that, Kenneth, you've joined us again with some news here in a minute. I'll get to that here in a minute. But how exactly can people shelter for the storm at this point?
Just get it away from the water, get as high as you possibly can into a concrete structure, and hope for the best, really. The further away you are from land and the sturdier the structure is, the better off you'll be with the cyclone. It's going to be a very, very dangerous one if we're in that inner core, especially as we've seen with that observation station on an island.
Isaac, I don't know if you would be able to provide this, but what's the latest in terms of the surface observations on that island?
Just about to update here. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so the latest update just came in, and the 10-minute sustained winds are at 56 knots, gusting to 86, with the pressure up to 936.8 millibars, what I'm seeing. And then the Bureau of Meteorology shows basically the same thing, pressure up to 936.7 millibars, again with gusts to 86 knots and 10-minute sustained winds of 56 knots.
Thank you. I'm just working on something behind the scenes here. If you do have any comments or questions, please send those down to the comment section down below. We're seeing a lot of reports from Port Hedland saying that they are pretty lucky that they're missing the core, and that damage right now in that area is quite light.
Will be, yeah. Of course, the storm still hasn't quite made its closest approach to Port Hedland yet. It is almost there. Of course, it is giving a glancing blow to that region. De Grey, they're going to be in a lot more trouble there. They're going to get much stronger destructive winds as characterized by bomb. But it's Pardue, the very small community that's going to get impacted by very destructive winds, as they describe on the Bureau of Meteorology classifications. And I'm trying to just extrapolate here when they are expecting landfall. It is, it probably will be around midnight or maybe slightly after midnight when the landfall actually occurs. People have told us in the chat that high tide is at 3 a.m., so that's pretty bad news. By 3 a.m., the bomb have it inland as a Category 4 on the Australian scale, moving southeastwards, eventually towards Telfer, where it will still be a Category 3 on the AU scale, and then towards that other location, which I can't actually read because it's obscured by the cyclone icon, where it will weaken, and then down to a low-pressure system over Kirakura. Winds right now, according to the bomb, as of 9 p.m., Category 5, of course, Australian scale, sustained winds near the centre of 215 kilometres per hour with wind gusts to 295 kilometres per hour. That's very strong. Within 20 kilometres of 19.5 degrees south, 119.2 degrees east, 110 kilometres northeast of Port Hedland, and 90 kilometres northwest of Pardue Roadhouse. Movement south-southeast at 15 kilometers per hour, so I was right with the 9 miles an hour there, because that pretty much is it. Expected across the coast near midnight, they're saying that themselves. Observations at Biddau Island offshore the coast of, the East Pilbara coast are recording severe tropical storm cyclone winds of 203 kilometers per hour with gusts of 277. A very destructive wind impact will occur along the coast and adjacent inland parts between De Grey and Pardue Roadhouse in the next few hours. During Friday, Ilsa is forecast to maintain tropical cyclone intensity as it tracks past Telfer and further inland across the northern interior district and northern parts of the southern interior district. Ilsa is then expected to weaken below tropical cyclone strength overnight Friday as it moves east into southern parts of the Northern Territory. So there we are. Extreme gusts of up to 315 kilometers per hour expected to impact areas near Pardue Roadhouse and De Grey near midnight. That's nearly 200 miles an hour. Those gusts before tracking inland. That's what they're expecting.
I think that that's quite extreme. I wouldn't say up to 200 miles per hour. Personally, I'd probably say a little bit less than that.
That's what they're saying there.
That's what the Bureau's saying.
Yep.
I think that's a little bit insane. But Isaac, you've got your screen share up right now on radar. What are you seeing right now?
I'm seeing a very well-defined inner eye wall there on the cyclone, and as you can see, that little kind of white speck. Let me go ahead and get my marker here. My computer will work. Right around there is where that observation station we were talking about earlier is, and they got certainly a beating from that inner core of strong winds, and they're about to enter the northwestern quadrant of the cyclone here really shortly here. We're going to get an update probably in another 5-6 minutes from now, and we'll see what they report then. But yeah, look at that island, and you can see just about to get into that nasty inner core of the cyclone. A very well-defined cyclone on radar.
Absolutely, this storm is very intense, and is that island in the western eyewall yet?
Yeah, it's in the northwestern, just about to be in the northwestern eyewall. Any second here if it isn't right now. Radar is showing it basically is, and again we're gonna get a new observation reading from that island in probably about 5 minutes time from now.
I don't know if you know, but the BOM are now doing hourly updates on this storm as well.
Good. That's what was quite needed. We've got some breaking news here.
Yes? Oh.
This is Force 13 Live. Our Cyclone Analyst team has determined that Cyclone Ilsa, based on surface observations, is now intensifying and is now a Category 5 storm on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, with maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour and a pressure of 918 millibars. That's the latest from our cyclone analyst team, and I imagine that Kenneth has been painfully waiting for me to break in with that news to talk about the new estimate.
Alright, so I'll also explain it in a bit right now. Yeah, so as the system is rushing back out island, systems has provided very useful wind and pressure data for intensity determination. Yes, the stations record a minimum mean sea level pressure 933.1, 12 to 13 kilometers from the center half an hour ago. Along with all previous data a few hours ago, I've done a pressure profile fitting, like regression stuff, and the fitting returns a central pressure of 918 millibars with high confidence, with excellent correlation. The wind data also fitted using the modified 19 vortex, and the maximum wind the island recorded was 209 kilometers per hour. Of course, the gust is 277 kilometers per hour, very high. So when I fit it into the vortex curve as well, it found the winds are 216 kilometers per hour. So based on the sampling issues, and the strongest quadrant is right opposite to it, which means the weakest one. So the possibility the winds are 10 to 12 knots higher. So other estimates like the Voigt technique, wind pressure relationship CKZ, also been considered, and hence landing onto such a result that it determined that the system is intensifying to Category 5 right now. At 8 p.m. local time, has a winds of 140 knots, which is 260 kilometers per hour, 1 minute sustained, and approaching 918 millibars. And further overestimates are made it by Soham, our assistant chief analyst. I'm chief analyst now. So 3 hours ago, we've made the intermediate fixed override and making the system at 5 p.m. having intensity of 145 knots, which is 265 kilometers per hour, and pressure of 915 millibars. And it has the greatest infrared appearance with eye temperature around 15 degrees Celsius based on GK2A infrared satellite, the satellite with least angle, which JTBC has fixed a T7.0, and so as Indian Meteorological Department, 2 official agencies has given their T7.0 estimate, and given the current observation suggesting 140 knot and early intensity being higher based on radar and satellite appearance, the ultimate peak is determined at 9 UTC, 5 p.m. local time, and has the intensity of 145 knots, 265 kilometers per hour, 1 minute sustained, and pressure 915 millibars.
Thank you, Kenneth. Just to summarize what you've just said, basically our analyst team have done some surface observation crunching, and they determined that the surface observations, when you're combining with the satellite appearance, looked best at around, if my memory serves correctly, about 4 hours ago. And that was basically combining everything together at that time got the analyst team with a peak intensity of 165 miles per hour. Personally, I think that might be a little bit high, but that's what they've run with, of course. And basically combining just the same thing, determining basically a slight weakening appearance, the new satellite estimates that we've been getting, and the new surface observations determining that this is now a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, this really doesn't really change much at all, because this system is, of course, on a downward trend, and will probably fall, I imagine, below Category 5 intensity before it makes landfall, which still really isn't going to be changing that much, to be honest.
New update from Bedouin Island just came in, hot off the press. Maximum 10-minute sustained winds are at 98 knots with gusts, 30-second gusts up to 132 knots, and pressure down to 933.2 millibars. Again, 10-minute sustained 98 knots, gusting to 132 knots, and pressure down slightly to 933.2 millibars.
What was that? 10-minute sustained winds?
98 knots.
Okay, so it's not that impressive. And the wind gusts?
132 knots.
Holy cow!
And then, like I said, pressure 933.2 2 millibars. Yeah.
Well, they're about to go into the northwest eye wall. I know that statistically speaking, in the northern hemisphere, the northeastern side is typically the strongest side of the storm. What is it in the southern hemisphere? I'm not entirely sure.
So two conditions. So there are two case scenario. When the storm is moving northwest, in the northern hemisphere, then the storm will be strongest at the northeast quadrant. And while in the southern hemisphere, the storm tends to move west to west southwest, whereas the strongest quadrant will be at the south or southeastern side. However, if the system is moving not to west, but with the east, like Ilsa was currently doing, then the strongest quadrant, because of the jet interaction and the motion vector, the strongest quadrant will shift now to the northeast quadrant at the southern hemisphere. Generally, it's the northeast quadrant, southern hemisphere, and the southeast quadrant, the northern hemisphere.
So you're saying that the northeastern side, in particular, for this storm is the strongest right now?
Yes.
And radar appears to reflect that.
Yeah, pretty much radar has a very good correlation, usually, in many cases, too.
Isaac, I'm hearing that the surface observation station has gotten 112 knot 10 minutes sustained winds now?
I am looking into that. Yes, 112 knots, 10 minutes sustained winds now.
What's the gusts?
Gusts still 132. That's strange. I'm not seeing that on the Bureau of Meteorology, but my other source, I'm seeing that. So, yeah, 112 knot, 10 minutes sustained, 132 gusts, and then pressure is still 933.2 millibars as of the latest update. And again, we'll get a new update here probably about 7 minutes from now.
And just to clarify, that the that wind speed would probably be around, if memory serves me correctly, around 140, 145 miles per hour in 1 minute sustained winds when you're translating that 10-minute sustained wind speed. So very, very strong still. Of course, the fact that the storm's eye is degrading on radar, not on radar, on satellite imagery, does not discount from the appearance of satellite surface ops as well. The storm is still very strong on radar. Although it does appear that there might be another dry air intrusion on the southern side of the storm again. I'm pulling up radar on my end.
I was seeing that on Flight Sim, if it seemed that one side of the eye looked a little open, exposed.
Yeah, it's the door for that dry air to get in there in the southwestern side, at least on the latest radar frame. It's very tight. But it is there, and there is a significant hole, I guess you could say, wrapping around from the southwestern side all the way down to the southeast.
We've seen storms battle with a lot worse in the eye, like completely open, and they've just survived with an eye wall replacement cycle. But, you know, the storm would not have that time to fully fix itself.
Nathan, are you able to get the latest wind observations in Port Hedland?
Yeah, just a moment.
I believe eye wall is coming ashore now.
No,
so
it's still
Port Hedland last update was only at 9 o'clock, and they were still getting not much difference at all. Actually, it's virtually the same. Pressure 998.
Okay, so that's good that the that the conditions aren't really changing that much. And are conditions expected to change much in Port Hedland?
I think it'll get just a little bit worse. I mean, there's this line of rainfall that's about to push through shortly from the outer bands, but it does look like Port Hedland will be okay overall. I don't know if you're looking at Nick's screen, shows quite a lot that's going on right now.
I have been, and thank you, Nick, for making this. I really appreciate it. You can see in the bottom left-hand side, those cyclone watches and cyclone warnings do remain in place. for a large chunk of inland Australia, extending as far inland as Kurikua and southwest of Balgo. In particular, that's the cyclone watch with the cyclone warning extending far inland. I'll pull up the latest Bureau of Meteorology cone. I don't know if they've updated this. We can refresh and see. Has that updated? I think it might have. It has actually, yeah. So this is actually the latest cone coming off.
Yeah, every hour.
Yeah, right on top of the hour. And to be honest, I don't think that they've changed the watches and warnings area that much. Although, interestingly, Port Hedland is sort of borderline in and out of the cyclone warning, Nathan. I think
Is it?
Yeah. They're like right on the line.
I think you're looking at the wrong dot.
Oh, they might.
They're well within the warning.
Yeah, at least on this end, at least on my end, they have it much farther west than what the city actually is. Which I find to be...
you're hovering over the wrong dot.
Oh, I'm looking at Wim Creek.
Yeah,
that's my bad. Port Hedland is this dot right here. That's a fail on my part.
No, it's all right. But you can even so the gale force winds there depicted by that graphic once again are riding close, but not quite reaching Port Hedland.
And I'm not really sure how to relate to this graphic. So the gale force wind area, that's this gray circled area, I'm assuming?
The outer one.
Yeah.
It should be.
Let's see what they have yet. They have it gale force wind boundary, and yeah, then they call it destructive wind boundary and then very destructive winds. So
yeah.
So of course this system is forecast to remain a severe tropical cyclone, at least on the Australian scale, for the next 24 hours. So I guess with me now seeing that brings up another question here. How quickly is the storm going to weaken? Because, we've had some storms in this area. I know that one storm that immediately comes to mind personally is Cyclone Kelvin. That peaked overland, and that weakened very slowly, still over Western Australia. Because I know that Western Australia is very flat. It's very easy to get these kind of moist environments in those, and what we call that is the brown ocean effect. And that allows storms to weaken a bit slower than normal. Because, whenever Hurricane Ian went into Florida, that thing collapsed. But whenever storms tend to move into a more saturated environment, they tend to weaken a little bit slower. I'm not entirely sure what the weakening rate is going to be with this system, but I imagine it'll be just a little bit slower than average.
Well, obviously it'll be quick at first because it's so strong. And then it will level out slowly but surely, obviously not all the way, but the weakening rate will decrease.
Yeah, because it's pretty much an exponential decay curve. I would like
Yep.
to note that this is a jet interaction. After bringing divergence to the system, what brings next to the jet interaction is wind shear. Huge amount of wind shear. 55 knots.
And that's gonna be the wind shear.
Yeah, it will be. Sorry that I'm in the train.
It's fine. You're fine. Yeah. So you're saying that's what the wind shear is forecast to be?
Yeah. Based on model sounding, it's like over 50 knots.
And how far? How far out in the future are we expecting this
2 days far.
This high wind shear? Only 2 days?
Yeah, pretty much in pretty short order. Not very long after that, the shear started to pick up. And as it accelerates, it still has some time, but pretty much after tomorrow, and that's the goodbye.
And what are we setting the wind shear vectors to be in, say, 24 hours, Kenneth?
Yeah, the shear factor is westerly. Pretty much in the jet stream, it's always westerly.
The wind speed is what I'm referring to, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah.
we just got a new update from the Bedout Island observation station, and they have a pressure of 938.8 millibars with a 10-minute sustained winds of 111 knots, with a gust up to 146 knots. Is the gust right now. Again, sustained. Oh, actually, no, I'm a little bit wrong on that. 10-minute sustained winds, and get this, Ethan. 10-minute sustained winds is now 121 knots. 10-minute sustained with gusts up to 146 knots. And again, pressure 938.8 millibars in the latest update. Again, 121 knots, 10-minute sustained, 146 knots gust, and 938.8 millibars in the latest update from Bedout Island in Australia. Ethan?
Yeah, you said 120 knots for 10 minutes?
121.
121.
Gust to 146.
Just, are you able to post the 10-minute to 1-minute winds conversion chart somewhere, Kenneth? I know that you have one.
You want to post it to the stream?
Yeah,
I
if
just,
you can.
manually do it. That's around 130, not 1 minute sustain. In short, that's around 130, not 1 minute sustain, which gives it a very high likeliness of a category 5. That's why where we have it, yeah.
I'm just doing some number crunching on that 10-minute wind reading. You're 100% sure, Isaac, that is winds of 121 knots.
I can send you a screenshot here in just a second. I am sure it's 121 knots, 10-minute, and then gust to 146.
Because if that's true, that might honestly be category 5 winds right there. 1-minute winds.
Yeah. Indeed, that's even virtually certain.
Because
the northeast quarter is absolutely absent of space.
Because doesn't 120 knots, 10 minutes sustained winds, and this is just a question here for our team here, doesn't that translate down to low-end Cat 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, if memory serves correctly?
If we use the conversion of Bureau of Meteorology, that will equate to 135 knot 1 minute sustain, which you can equate to category 5 instantly because of the quadrant issue and undersampling. But the World Meteorological Organization suggests for different land exposure to use different ratio. I've already posted the conversion table to the live output.
That's still some incredible readings there. So this is pretty certain that this is now like category 5 right now. This is live. This is live surface observations. This is not a past event. This is live surface observations. And Isaac, when did those readings come in at?
They came in about 9 minutes ago, and I have them up on my screen right now. I actually want to take a look.
Yeah, and that station right now. Apologies here. I'm just looking at that now. It is deep in the western Iowa now, or northwestern side. That is deep in it. So the strongest winds probably are occurring right now over the station.
Yep. Been a trooper. It's been with us through that southern Iowa, and now it's going into the northern Iowa, and hopefully it keeps up here. So we can get these incredible readings, as you can see there on the top, very top there, in their time. 121 knots, 10-minute sustained, or 224 kilometers an hour, with gusts to 139 knots, or 258 kilometers an hour. And the Bureau of Meteorology has another reading that I haven't pulled up yet of 146 knots. That was taken a little bit before this reading was. That I'll try to pull up here as soon as I can. See here.
What does the Bureau have for the current 10-minute sustained wind speeds right now?
I think 115, if I'm not mistaken. The 110.
Yeah, they have a 115 knot 10 minute sustain, which is 215 However, current surface observation suggesting at least 10 knots higher than what model suggests right now.
So either way, this storm is very strong, very powerful, but it is very important that that while this storm might weaken honestly down to 155 miles per hour prior to landfall, that would make it a high end Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. In the grand scheme of things, that's not really going to change things very much. You know, the difference between 155 miles per hour and 160 miles per hour, very, very small. You're not even going to notice the difference between a 5 mile per hour wind difference.
I got the Bureau of Meteorology readings, and this was taken 2 minutes before this one that I'm scoring right now. So this is 2 minutes before, and they recorded a wind gust of 146 knots, as you can see there, with a pressure of 938.8. And then 2 minutes later, they recorded a 10-minute wind of 121 knots and pressure of 939.7 millibars. So, two very shocking ratings here. Incredible data we're getting from that island here, and hopefully, again, it continues to send data and doesn't fail here.
Keep those surface observations coming, Isaac. I really appreciate those. And do we have the latest one by chance?
It should be here in about 2-3 minutes. So check back in around 2-3 minutes, and I should have it in if it doesn't get delayed or
Okay.
Knock on wood, it doesn't go down.
So if you do have any comments or questions, you can send those down to the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Someone is telling us apparently the eye is trying to clear out again on satellite imagery. Can someone confirm this for me?
I was noticing that a little bit on the later screen. Let me take a look at that.
Because if it's clearing again, this is quite incredible. And I'll change over to my screen here. This is a loop of the storm right now, courtesy of of our new satellite imagery floater. You can find those at our website 4-13.com/satellite. Just have to plug that in there.
Nice.
But hard to say if the eye is coming back or so. It's sort of been warming at times and then cooling at times, but appears that the eye as a whole, if it does go down to the surface, it's going to be over a very small area, if the eye is completely clear or not.
Yeah, that keep in mind that is 10-minute full disk imagery on the target area sector here. I'm looking at the eye did get warmer for a second there, as you see in those frames, but in the latest frames it started to warm up slightly. So I think it's just going to be just like a constant waning here, where it warms up, then cools down, warms up, and cools down until landfall here. It's really coming down to the final 3 hours here for it to at least maintain intensity till landfall.
So I just want us to come with you, Nathan, to this question here. This is a personal question that I have. Do we think that the intensity of the storm is going to change much prior to landfall?
No. I mean, well, I think this Category 5 estimate is a bit out there, but I think we'll probably only see slight weakening before landfall. You might have been able to argue before that eye started popping out again that it might be on the verge of collapse and we could see a rapid drop in intensity just before landfall, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, and I think it will stay very close to where it is right now, and I would project a landfall probably at about 150 miles an hour.
New update just came in from Vidal Island, and we have a wind gust up to 156 knots.
What?
A wind gust of 156 knots with a pressure of 946.5 millibars. That'll be 289 kilometers an hour. Again, 156 knots. Sustained is at 114 as of this latest update.
You're telling me that surface observation station just recorded a wind gust of 180 miles an hour?
Yep, 156 knots in the latest update here that I'm seeing.
I'm trying to remember the last time that we actually had that.
The Bureau of Meteorology also corroborates with that, and they've recorded that reading 3 times of 156 knots, and they have a 10-minute sustained winds in the latest update of 118 knots. So far, it's peaked at 121 for 10 minutes sustained, and then for gusts, it's now reached a new peak of 156 knots.
It is worth noting that that is gusts. That is not sustained winds.
And just more info from Port Hedland, 9:30 p.m. update on its observations. Wind speed of 39 kilometers per hour, gusting to 52. That's gone down a bit. Pressure 998.1. It's been dropping very slowly. I would say we're probably right at its closest point to Port Hedland now, and pretty soon that pressure will start going up again. But the way it's looking, they may not get tropical storm force winds, although that's still the southern side, so maybe they will on its way out. So we'll see how that goes. But at the moment, the highest wind that they've received at Port Hedland at 61 kilometers per hour. That's 33 knots. That's a gust, though. Highest sustained 22 knots.
That's it?
Yep.
To be honest, I'm a bit shocked that it's that low for a storm this big and that close. I thought that the wind field would have been larger, personally. At least that's just
margins.
At least that's just looking at the satellite imagery thing. Because if I switch the screen over here to the satellite imagery screen, you can see here. We'll just say to the west of the eye, the convective area extends all the way over towards this area here of Western Australia. And if we go back to radar here, that's all the way over here.
Yeah.
And you can see here, basically half of that area is completely rain-free. Which that is very peculiar, and that just shows that that you don't need that just because that the cloud expanse of a storm can extend far away from the center doesn't mean that the rainfall threat will. And looks can be deceiving, I guess. But that's just I find that very very peculiar. Well, let's just hope that surface observation stays on, because I know that the one that we were watching earlier, I know that one failed, unfortunately, and that one got winds less than this, and this one appears to be still running, hopefully, right?
Yep, so far so good. Again, it's on Redoubt Island in Australia, and the elevation of it is 8.6 meters, which is around 28 feet, and it's basically located on a lighthouse that's firm, built concrete structure. So hopefully, again, it keeps recording those winds. I'm just amazed at the readings we've been able to get from this cyclone thus far. If this happened in the United States, these observation states would be long down by now. So it's incredible that we're getting these readings, and of course, going to be even more interesting to see what this ends up giving us in reanalysis or post-analysis, I should say, once this storm finally dies.
But if it is actually true that surface observation station that just got that 180 mile an hour wind gust is still operational, that it is not broken off, that's a miracle.
Yeah, and for straight 5 minutes, it is being struck by such wind gusts and knocked down.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, we've gotten, obviously, weather stations that have recorded wind gusts this high before. We've gotten some well beyond this, to be honest. In the storm, this is the highest that we've gotten so far, though. But normally, typically when you get these kind of wind gusts, the station fails right afterwards. So for the station to I guess you could say to still work after this would be a feat, if you ask me.
Let's not forget, this is the same coastline that recorded the highest tropical cyclone wind gust ever.
I was just about to mention that. Yeah, Olivia.
Yeah. And when that was recorded, did the station fail after that wind gust, or did it keep going?
No idea. I don't know much about that at all.
I'm looking at it right now, and 3-second wind gust of 254 miles an hour, and they verified it, and I believe that was the last reading before the station just got ripped to shreds.
Right.
but it does appear that that station has left the strongest part of the northwestern eye wall and is now starting to leave the eye wall entirely. It's sort of gotten into this gap between the northwestern rain band and the northwestern eye wall. It's sort of in that gap right now. Very curious to see the next update that comes on in. Are we still looking at the at landfall time in the next 2 hours or so, Nathan?
I'll have to do another check, but it doesn't look like much has changed, so I imagine we will be.
Absolutely.
But I'll double check that for you.
Just doing a measurement here from the distance from the outermost part of the eye wall to land. Get this. The closest point to land from the eye wall, mere 7 miles offshore right now.
Really? Oh, the eye wall. Yeah.
Yeah. From the outer edge of the eye wall to the closest point of land.
Yeah.
In reality, that's quite close, but in reality, the storm center is all the way up here, and for it to make landfall, that's still about 30 miles or so. So it's still got a good amount of coastline to cover, or a good distance to cover until it makes landfall, and it's probably moving at what? Maybe getting towards 11, 12 miles per hour now? Imagine
Last half hour, it slowed down. That's
of
what I'm
course it
getting
did.
right now.
Of course it did.
I'm
Why
getting
wouldn't it?
about 8 miles an hour in the last half hour. And at its current movement speed, where's my tab gone? Just trying to see if we can establish a new estimate for landfall. Just trying to get my bearings here. Moving southeasterly. And you know what? It might end up entering that little bay, that indentation near Pardue, just extending its life over water that little bit longer. And that would be 55 kilometers away, which is in miles, that's about 35. So how many eights in the 35? 4 and a bit. So wow, it could still take 4 hours.
Yeah, still could be a little bit of a time. Still, interestingly though, no sign of an hour replacement cycle. Although, in the latest radar loop here, you can see that the storm kind of spurred off this band here, and I'll pause it here. Go back here, and you can see here right about that top of the hour, about 43 minutes ago, it sort of spurred off this band here towards the east. And as we can see, that band has since wrapped around the southern side of the storm here. And where's it gone? There it is. And you can see it is wrapping around and is sort of trying to get like this secondary eye wall going. So I guess maybe we're starting to see the beginnings of an eye wall poison cycle. Hard to say though, but one right now, and yeah, I'm not convinced either. That's just maybe a slight rumor, but either way, no eye wall poison cycle signs right now, which is very concerning. If you do have any comments or questions, you can send those down to the comment section down below, and we'll answer those. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up nice and bright for me to answer those.
We're waiting for the operations to come in. Should be here any second.
What are you seeing on the satellite imagery side of things in the meantime, Isaac?
Actually, I have it pulled up right here. And you can see earlier that the eye was pretty clear, and now in the latest frames has pulled back down again, and it's really sticking to the final few hours here before landfall. So I think in terms of having like another very clear eye, I think those chances are basically gone now, based on satellite. Radar, however, still looks very impressive as we just saw with your screen there. One thing I would want to mention here, as we're waiting for that new update from Bedout Island in Australia, this is what the weather station looks like here. And
Oh,
obviously
wow.
the readings are being recorded up there, and there's people there for reference to how tall it is. And it's again 28 feet in elevation, or about 8.6 meters, and there's the coastline right there. So this thing managed to survive 156 knot wind gusts and still come out fine. And I mean, just look at it there. Like I said, just incredible stuff we're seeing from this station.
Is that just the weather station at the end of a pole?
Looks like it. That at the very top of that pole there. Obviously, got some solar panels there, people for reference, and it somehow managed to survive 156 knot wind. We're still waiting for that latest update.
Fascinating.
Here. I haven't gotten it in. We check the Bureau of Meteorology here, like I can see. So, nope, not yet. It hasn't gone out yet.
Absolutely. We do have a question here. How big is the eye? Well, we can measure it here. So this is just in terms of the actual circumference of it. So let's see here. So it's about 18 miles wide at its maximum width, and of course there's a new frame, right, as I say that. But yeah, still getting that newest frame. That's about 19 miles in terms of circumference, but in terms of diameter, which is the real interest of the eye size, about 18 miles wide of an eye. So it's still pretty big. Of course, it's going to be a lot smaller on satellite because the stadium effect for the storm is just so intense that the likelihood of the area that's actually going from the ocean surface all the way up to the sky with a clear view in the eye, that amount of space is likely very, very, very small. Maybe over an area of about maybe only a square mile or so. At least that's just how it looks on satellite imagery. Still very, very small of an eye either way. And another question to hear, do we think that the Joint Typhoon Warning Center will confirm this 140 knot estimate? I don't think they will.
Let's see if ATCF is out.
I think it is that one with 150 miles per hour, if I remember correctly.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, we'll due to get a new Joint Typhoon Warning Center warning next hour.
Yeah, they'll be running with that.
Yeah, I really don't think that they're going to change the intensity that much. To be honest, we probably won't even get a landfall forecast. They might do it in their prognostic reading.
I'll read that out when the time comes.
Yeah, but you know their timing. They could be 2 hours earlier. They could be 2 hours late.
Yeah, dear.
Isaac, this is another question for you here, because I don't have the latest data on this, unfortunately. Any lightning in the eye wall?
Take a look, actually. Let me go to website here that I like to go to, weather.us, and this should have what I'm looking for. The last I saw, there was a decent amount of lightning in the northwestern eye wall, if I remember correctly. Take a look here. And also, while I'm doing that, still have gotten nothing from Redoubt Island. There's a decent chance it might be down now after reporting at 156 knot wind gust.
No, come on.
I have not seen it. Usually, it's the both of the sites update by now. The Bureau of Meteorology and the other one usually have updated by now, but I'm seeing nothing. The last update was exactly 20 minutes ago, of 110 knot, 10 minutes sustained, and that 156 knot gust before the presumably is probably offline right now.
Yeah, that ain't gonna update. There's I don't know actually. There have been 30-minute gaps yesterday, so we'll see.
Or it's taking a while for the lightning. My computer's not cooperating with me here. Okay, back to you on that as soon as I can.
going to be very interesting to watch this storm make landfall, and I hope that the that station comes back online. Let's hope. I believe we've got a new update from the Bureau of Meteorology, I believe.
Haven't been checking. Let's have a look. Bureau. There is an update, I think, at 10 p.m. now. Category 5 still, of course, on the Australian scale. Sustained winds near the centre of 215 kilometres per hour with wind gusts to 295 kilometres per hour. Just for reference, 295 kilometres per hour, I think, is 180 miles per hour. And 215 kilometres per hour is about 130, I think, roughly. It is near 19.7 degrees south, 119.3 east, 100 kilometres northeast of Port Hedland, and 70 kilometres northwest of Pardue Roadhouse. They have movement now southeast at 18 kilometres per hour. So contrary to what I've been looking at, they have fixed that movement speed higher at 11 miles per hour. Expected across the coast near midnight, as we heard already. Very destructive impacts. Reminder of the warning and watch zones right now. Warning zone for Bidyadanga to Wim Creek, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidyadanga, and extending inland past Kunawaritji, including Nullagine, Marble Bar, Pangur, and Telfer. Watch zone for inland areas to Kirakura, and southwest of Balgo. Hazards. Very destructive core of Ilsa with extreme gusts, they say, up to 315 kilometers per hour. They're expected to impact areas near Pardue Roadhouse and De Grey near midnight before tracking inland. Very destructive wind gusts of up to 170 kilometers per hour possible at Telfer during Friday if the center of Ilsa passes close by. Destructive winds with gusts of 155 kilometers per hour are occurring along the coast now between Wallal Downs and Port Hedland, not including Port Hedland, and are expected to extend inland as far as Marble Bar later tonight and to Telfer during Friday. Damaging winds with gusts up to 90 kilometers per hour occurring along the coast from just south of Bidyadanga to Wim Creek. Damaging winds expected to extend inland to Marble Bar later tonight, Telfer early Friday, Pangur by Friday afternoon, and possibly to Kirakura by Friday evening. Heavy rainfall expected along the track of Ilsa, 150 to 300 millimeters of rainfall is possible during tonight and Friday near where it crosses the coast, with falls gradually decreasing as it tracks inland. Abnormally high tides. In some locations, the tide may be close to or exceed the highest astronomical tide of the year. Red alert from the DFES for people south of Bidyadanga, Port Hedland, Marble Bar, and Nullagine need to go to shelter immediately. Yellow alert for people south of Port Hedland to Wim Creek, not including Port Hedland, extending inland past Pangur, including Telfer and Kunawaritji. Need to take action and get ready to shelter from the cyclone. Blue alert for areas east of Kunawaritji and southwest of Balgo. Need to prepare for cyclonic weather and organize an emergency kit, including first aid kit, torch, portable radio, spare batteries, food, and water. All clear for people in communities between Broome to Bidyadanga, including Bidyadanga. That's the full update there from the bomb. Not much difference from the last hour, but important to read it out all the same. And they are doing hourly updates next at 11.
Thank you, Nathan, for that. And Isaac, I know that you've got your screen up. Lots of lightning on the northern side, but not so much on the southern side. I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, this is the latest lightning update as of about 5 minutes ago. If we go back, down to 13 you can see it stays in the northern quadrant to the storm. It goes to 12:30. Yeah, it's been sitting in the northern quadrant for quite a while now. For the past few lightning updates. Cyclone. There's a satellite again of it. And the radar. Pretty impressive. Let's get that fast. That'll be great. But yeah, a lot of lightning still. Very, 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 very powerful storm. Don't be deceived by its look on satellite right now. Looking at satellite, you would think maybe this is like 140 miles an hour at speed or something like that. But observations suggest otherwise, as you saw with that 156 knot reading from Bedout Island in northwestern Australia here, which appears to have been knocked offline. No updates in the Bureau of Meteorology or anything like that since about 25 minutes.
Thank you, Isaac. You're watching Force 15's live coverage, landfall coverage of Cyclone Ilsa. We'll be back after this short break.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Welcome back. This is Force 13 Live on entering our third hour of coverage of Cyclone Ilsa, which is now, based on our analyst team, a Category 5 storm on both the Saffir-Simpson Scale and the Australian Scale, while amid sustained winds of 160 miles per hour and a pressure of 918 millibars. Very strong storm about to make landfall in a few hours along the west coast of Australia. My name's Ethan Bruning. I'm joined by my live team consisting of a lot of people here. We have Nick, we have Isaac, we have Daniel, and we have Nathan. Still here comfortably, watching this storm very closely, and we are continuing to monitor this storm very closely. Radar imagery still indicating that the eye wall, the easternmost extent, well, the southernmost extent of it at least, when we went off the air last hour, I believe it was, 7 miles offshore? The edge of it?
The eye wall.
Yeah. Latest indications that I can get here, at least, now only 2.5 miles offshore.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is on the screen there, and that particular area that is right close now. That's near the... What river's that? The mouth of a river there.
Yeah.
Very sparse areas. De Grey is to the southwest there. Pardue is to the east. And no doubt hurricane equivalent winds are being felt all along that coastal area right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got a new radar scan update. The eye wall is still pretty strong. Of course, we can get a new measurement of how wide this eye is still. Still around 18 miles, maybe get up towards 20. So it's in that general range in terms of eye size. So it is still pretty sizable. But as far as storms go and eyes on radar, I think this is about average, to be honest.
Yep, it sure is. Just checking satellite, and cloud tops are up slightly, but eye temperature is down slightly as well. So I would really say right now that it is staying put in terms of its intensity, whatever intensity you call it. I mean, I still don't personally think it's a Category 5 or ever was, but there it is, at least on the Saffir-Simpson Scale. Of course, it is on the Australian scale, and that is very powerful. Category 5 landfall incoming, and the first one along this stretch of coast since Cyclone Lawrence in 2009.
That is a very impressive number, and 2009 was, just doing math in my head, that's 14 years ago? Yeah. And to think that even though it's been that long since we got a Cat 5 Australian scale landfall on the west coast of Australia, I think that it's still crazy to think that even the whole of Australia has not gotten a mainland Cat 5 landfall anywhere in Australia since 2015. I think that's absolutely bonkers. I know that I was doing some research here earlier. I'll have to pull it up here. Where's it gone off to?
I don't know how that gap relates to other gaps, but it's a big gap.
That's what I was about to look at. So, the latest, the most recent, the 5 most recent Category 5 Australian scale landfalls. I know that Marcia was one. Then we had. I'm trying to think of them now. I don't know where my message went. I know that posted it somewhere in the public server.
Was Yasi?
Yasi was one.
Yeah.
I know that Monica 2006 was on that list.
Yeah. Was Larry?
Ooh, it might have been one. well, then Monica came. Monica was the 5th most recent one.
Was George?
George was one, yes.
Yeah.
Here's the list. So the 5 most recent Category 5 Australian scale landfalls anywhere in Australia. You have Marcia 2015, Yasi 2011, Lawrence 2009, George 2007, and Monica 2006.
There you go.
So it averages about every year to 2 years, and so the
Oh,
fact
back
that we
then it did.
yeah
That was
so,
an active phase.
yeah so the fact that we haven't had a landfall since 2015, that intense is quite impressive. But of course, as we all know, it doesn't take a Category 5 on the Australian scale to cause significant damage. Debbie is a prime example of that. Category 4 on the Australian scale when it made landfall in 2017. So very interesting that the storm, that the gap has been that long. If you have any comments or questions, you can send those down in the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up bright orange for me to answer those. We do have a few here. What is the requirements for a Category 5 and the Saffir-Simpson Scale, and what's the difference between the two versus the Australian scale? So the difference, so the requirements for a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale is literally solely on wind speed, and that is wind speed, 1 minute sustained wind speeds of 157 miles per hour or higher. Which of course we've gotten that based on surface observations. For the Australian scale, if memory serves me correctly, it's 10 minute sustained winds of 125 miles per hour or higher. I'm not sure what that is in kilometers an hour.
Nearly 200, I think.
Just let me pull up a little graph that I know that exists in the background here for just a minute.
All right. Oh yes, I would like to talk to Nick in the meantime. Nick, that satellite water vapor imagery there. Do we know how long a loop that is?
I can always change the loop. I put it to 11 hours and
That's
20
11
minutes.
hours long. And those latest frames show just how it's getting very, very close to reaching the coast now. When you look at it, this always seems to happen when we cover these events. Satellite imagery gives us a little bit of a false sense of when the landfall is going to be, and then you look at the radar and it just looks so much further away. Even though, of course, we're obviously zoomed in a lot more, but it always looks so much slower when we look at those radar images. Now, the bomb loops go on for 30 minutes, and you can see its progress in that amount of time. And based off all of that, if it does continue southeastwards there and ends up into that bay gap there, then that will extend the storm's life probably by another hour, and we could still be sitting here for another 4 hours if it does that. But if it dips further southwards or even further eastwards right towards Pardue, then that might shave off an hour. But of course, the main thing that would speed this event up is if the storm itself went faster, which according to BOM it has in the last hour, but I'm not sure looking at the data myself. But 11 miles per hour they're giving it right now, 18 kilometers per hour.
Overall, though, we are expecting the movement speed to pick up, though, as we're looking at it from a wide point of view. We've gotten some interesting data here, and this is quite astounding. Supposedly, this storm has set a new preliminary Australian 10-minute sustained wind speed record of 218 kilometers an hour at Bedell Island. The previous record holder with winds of 194 kilometers an hour was Cyclone George back in 2007 at the same location. And that's looking from the Bureau of Meteorology.
So, say that again?
They've supposedly gotten a new 10-minute wind speed record at Bedell Island of 218 kilometers an hour, which beats the record of 194 set by Cyclone George in 2007.
218.
That would equate to 117.7 knots.
Yeah, so that's about 155 miles an hour, 1 minute sustained.
Absolutely. And Isaac, I'm hearing rumors in the chat that apparently the weather station is back online.
Oh.
What? Let me take a quick look. That would be incredible if it is. Bear with me just a moment. Not seeing anything from. I'm not seeing anything from Bureau of Meteorology on my other reports yet, so that may be. Maybe they're talking about another weather station.
Got some news though from Port Hedland. They have received their first tropical storm gusts, a gust to 36 knots, just now at 10 o'clock. with sustained winds of 24 knots now. That's 44 kilometers per hour, gusting to 67.
That's probably mainly due to the outer band pushing through, if I had to guess. That's certainly pretty significant. Loads of questions coming in. Someone is asking, can you have a look at the cyclone in the color scale of the GFS model, apparently? Someone wanting us to know.
Don't really know what that means, but before you do anything else, look at that radar, Ethan. It's more rounded than ever, if I want to show you that, because you were talking last hour about this potential eye replacement cycle. Nuh-uh, nowhere near.
Yeah, I've got Isaac's screen pull up, and I'll pull up a still image here. Look at how round that is.
Best it's been, yeah.
That is quite impressive, and we'll get a new estimate towards the outer edge of the eye wall to land. Maybe 2 miles offshore now. Maybe a little bit closer if you go further off towards the west. No, still about 2 miles. So very, very close. So at this point, if you are in these areas along the coastline, east of Port Hedland, along this section of coastline here, at this point, the time to prepare is done. At this point, conditions outside are probably becoming too hazardous. At this point, it is necessary that you take shelter to shelter from this storm. At this point, if you still have internet on for some reason, to be honest, I think that power might be out for these regions already. If not, it's already pretty much coming.
Well, the area that the storm is going to make landfall, population that will be affected by the strongest winds and conditions, 174. So very small numbers. I know that 1 or 2 people have been in the chat from other places who've evacuated or otherwise moved away from harm. So for those who are staying behind, if they have, then 174 apparently.
Someone is asking us, why has this been upgraded to a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale? Well, basically our analyst team behind the scenes went ahead and did some crunching based on some surface observations. I believe that a surface observation station got maximum sustained winds of around 140 miles per hour on the western side, the northwestern side of the eye wall, and the northeastern side is the strongest. And translating that 10-minute sustained wind speed would probably be around a high-end Cat 4. And since the northeastern eye wall is the strongest, you would add a little bit of wind speed onto that, and that would bring it up, of course, into the Category 5 range. Personally, I think it's a little bit lower than that, down at 155 miles per hour right now. But that's what our analysts. Yeah, I think it's a little bit weaker right now, personally.
I think I would agree with that. I can't really go against those.
But that's just my thoughts, of course. We'll have to do some more number crunching after the storm dissipates to find out what the storm's true peak intensity was. Very interesting to see that this did apparently get to Category 5 in the end, apparently, according to surface observations.
Huh?
Well, at least according to surface observations, this got to Cat 5 Saffir-Simpson in the end, which is very interesting because...
I don't think it did. Not from what I'm seeing.
Well, it got very close, but I think that's a
Very
feet and a
close.
half that the storm even got this strong, considering that the very first Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast did call for a Category 5 peak.
Well, they did. Let's not forget some of those very early model runs as well. GFS wanting an 892 millibar monster. They nearly got it. But for a while, it did look like that we'd be it was struggling in the early stages of its life.
Yeah, it was struggling to
But
intensify a little
you
bit.
just can't deny those extremely warm waters that this
No.
storm has had to play with for the last 2 days.
No, I wish that we could get ocean heat content available too, but I don't think that there's a ocean heat content available for this area. Unfortunately, I don't think.
I can try and look for you. OHC.
And in the meantime, if you do have any comments or questions, you can send them down to the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. This eye wall on radar, though, is just incredibly fascinating to me. Still incredibly symmetrical. We can get a eye circumference reading here. It looks like that might have grown a little bit up towards maybe 20 nautical miles wide now. So still, this storm is still very strong and very powerful, and is still maintaining intensity, or at least sort of slowly weakening, but it's not intensifying right now, so that's some good news.
No, we won't be able to get OHC, but we can probably get TCHP, tropical cyclone heat potential.
Okay.
But you'll have to wait a minute for me to try and get... Oh. Yeah. Hit just a moment. I'll try and get this up. Where are we? Where's it gone? This one, I think it is. Ah, there's a tropical cyclone. Oh, it's gone.
Oh.
Can you see it?
You're not. Oh, you're screen sharing.
Is it just white, or is there something there?
No, there's something there.
So there's a TCHP chart from last week. There's no scale on this, but you can clearly see there's plenty of heat potential in this area, more so than in the Coral Sea. Similar values, just a little bit less than what you've got around the Southern Solomons, Northern Vanuatu, and they are very elevated there, and Philippine Sea. So, to be honest, conditions were a bit better near its original location, but still decent conditions for heat potential. And it's all relative. There's no scale here for me to instruct any kind of stuff, but you know, I think we all knew conditions are good.
Someone's asking us how many hours until landfall. Just a personal radar extrapolation here that I can give is if I go to the frame that I had before, this is about an hour ago, and so I'm just going to just circle the eye here. That's a terrible circle. It's just take me a little bit just to narrow this down here. And if we go to the latest frame here, you can see that the eye is right about there. So if we take the distance between those two circles, that's about 15 miles or so. So it's moving at about that speed. And if we take that out a little bit further, that
was in an hour, was it?
Yeah, that was in an hour.
Okay.
So that would, and if it keeps on its current track, it's about 25 miles to go until landfall. So maybe a landfall just past midnight, maybe.
Yeah. That's interesting then. 15 months in the last, more than expected.
Of course, that is just as a rough guess, and it might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less than that.
Yeah, but these cyclones always have these big wobbles all the time. It's sometimes it's more useful to average it out than it is to just go with every hour.
Absolutely.
So, landfall on the way.
It's going to be a powerful one. This coastline has not seen a powerful one since Lawrence in 2009. That was a high-end Category 4 whenever it made landfall. Remember, correctly, that was farther west from here, right?
East, along 80 Mile Beach.
Oh, so that was pretty far away.
Yeah, it was a bit east. The closest cyclones to this one in the landfall zone right now are Rusty, and I think it was Ella in 2012, which struck Pardue head on.
Absolutely. If you have any comments or questions, you can hunt down in the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up bright and orange for us, Isaac.
I was gonna say, speaking of Pardue, there was a observation station there, but it's a manual one, and it hasn't updated in about 3 days. So unless the Bureau of Meteorology is getting updates right now, I don't think we'll see anything from it, other than maybe some post-analysis if that was the case. The next closest observation station that's in operation right now would be Port Hedland. And as Nathan was saying, they just recently reached tropical storm force. I think he said tropical storm force 16, correct?
Gusts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that's the closest
And
station to it right now.
pressure there right now, 997.5. Still going down just a little bit more, but I think it will bottom out very soon, if not already. Because actually, when you look at the radar again, I think it has just made its closest pass, and I think it is just starting to move a little bit further away now.
Let me just get a latest distance again from the outer edge of the eye wall to land. It's going to be close. Maybe a mere mile away. So, so the strongest winds are probably coming ashore right now. Well, not the strongest winds, but very strong winds, I should say.
Destructive winds, as they call it.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of digging on my end, just to see where these strongest winds are actually coming ashore at. In the meantime, Nathan, I believe we have gotten an update from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, I believe.
Oh, we have? I was waiting to see this update. Yep, JTWC are running with that 150 mile per hour estimate that we thought that they would. They are saying gusts to 160 knots, which is 185 miles per hour. Wind field hasn't changed very much, up to 120 nautical miles northeast quadrant. The hurricane equivalent winds, your battery's running low, Ethan. Hurricane equivalent. That's Isaac. Hurricane equivalent winds there, 40 nautical miles in most quadrants there as well. And they are expecting rapid weakening, actually. They think it will be down to a tropical depression in 36 hours, which I don't know about that. Might be a little bit optimistic. They have it moving south-southeastward at 9 knots over the last 6 hours. Once again, that is around about 16 kilometers per hour, 17. Maximum significant wave height is 50 feet. That's out at sea, of course. That's not a storm surge. So that's the latest there. As you can see, there's the cone. And if you got you've got the updated cone there. I haven't. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so they look how far inland it is that they still have it at 100 knots there. That's really
yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, that is very important to note. Let's see if we've got the prognostic reasoning yet. No. When that comes out, I'll be interested to see what they think about the storm in terms of picking the bones out of its analysis. But the line from the JTWC, 150 miles per hour sustained, that is 240 kilometers per hour. With gusts of 185 miles an hour. Well, that's around close to 300 kilometers per hour.
Thank you. Just picking out some locations here under the gun for this. Pardue, based on radar. It's a bit hard to say exactly where it is, but it's likely around here. So Pardue is probably going to get the eye wall of this storm, which is unfortunate.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but has anyone noticed a little turn with I can't say the name correctly on the RAM satellite? There was like a little turn, like a hard right.
We will see jogs, but if you wanna, you got to look at radar at this point, especially since the eye isn't all the way down. Radar will you know, satellites can sometimes give us illusions. Radar is a lot
better.
Clear. Yeah, I can't find my words today. Clear. But there we go. There it is. Southeastwards. Pretty much straight movement there. I'm not seeing much jogging.
Yeah, it's probably wobbling on a satellite imagery because the exact center of the clearing or the warmest part of the eye on satellite imagery probably isn't over the exact center, probably.
Yeah, it's pirouetting around the center, the higher cloud tops, so it can appear to do several jogs. But what you're really seeing is the upper levels swirling around that magnet at the center of the eye. It's difficult to explain, isn't it? But
Well, at this point, what we can say is the eye wall right now is coming ashore to the northwest or to the west of Pardue, to the northeast of De Grey, along the delta or what the I don't know what river this is that comes out right there around that coastline. But obviously strong winds. Strong winds, heavy rainfall are all going to be threats. And at this point, if you are in the impact zone for this storm in Pardue, in De Grey, maybe even into some coastal areas, it is very important that you take shelter now. The time to prepare at this point is over, and the time to shelter has begun.
Tyler wants us to look at the cyclone in Queensland on the GFS model. The GFS model is not very keen on that anymore. It was more keen in the last day or two, but we see this quite a lot when we look at coral sea systems. The GFS throws up a massive cyclone on one day, and then the next day it tapers it down a little bit, waters it down, and then the day after it's gone. It's happened a few times this year already.
Yeah. What's down to now?
Barely a tropical storm near the near New Caledonia.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
We've gotten an interesting question just now. Could we see the brown ocean effect with this cyclone? Looks to be a similar path to the cyclone which maintained its intensity a little bit inland. You're thinking of Cyclone Calvin in 2019. It's a bit hard to say if we will exactly if we will see one, but
we will. But people who think the storm's going to intensify over land, you're completely wrong. It's different, completely different scenario. A brown ocean can only intensify a storm so much, and when a storm is so strong, any kind of land interference is going to really start. Well, more than a tiny island or two will start to weaken it, and if it stays over land for more than a couple of hours, then you'll see the whole thing will just start to collapse. And then when it gets weaker, that's when we'll see more of the brown ocean prolonging its life.
Yeah, absolutely. And if memory serves me correctly, typically the brown ocean effect typically favors storms around the low to mid category 1 Saffir-Simpson range. Obviously, between the more so favor, tropical storms most likely. But if other environmental conditions do favor it, storms can get up towards the category 1 range.
We do have the prognostic reasoning now from the JTW.
Ooh, goody.
Okay. Satellite analysis, initial position, and intensity discussion. It peaked. They say that it peaked in intensity between 9 and 12 Z, which was how long ago? 6 hours ago. Near 130 knots. Surface observations from Bidout Island indicated maximum sustained winds 10-minute average of 121 knots, which, interestingly, they convert that to only 130 knots 1-minute average. Okay. And yeah, I don't know, maximum gusts of 156 knots, 10 minutes sustain, 10-minute knot, what? 167 knots compared to 1. I'm confused. Over the past 2 hours, animated enhanced satellite imagery indicates a slight weakening trend with the eye becoming more ragged and cloud-filled, despite what we're seeing on radar. when's that? 909Z SSMIS microwave image shows decaying spiral banding over the southern semicircle. However, animated radar imagery from Port Hedland continues to show an intact symmetric eye wall, as we've seen. Based on the latest radar imagery, center will make landfall within the next 2 hours between De Grey and Pardieu Station. The initial position is placed with high confidence based on radar imagery. The initial intensity of 130 knots is assessed with high confidence based on Dvorak intensity estimates and surface observations from Bidout Island. So, big takeaway from that is that the JTWC have converted that 121 knot 10 minutes sustained wind on Bidout Island to 130 knots 1 minute sustained. I wonder what that's based off, and I don't know if any of our analysts have the answer.
Well, I was a former CAP member, so I guess I could talk here. I'm not really sure if they're using the right conversion ratio because you said that they're using the 121 knot 10-minute wind average, right?
Yep, and they've converted it to a 130 knot 1 minute.
That would lead to that's higher winds than what they've got. I'm not sure what conversion ratio they're using, but it's a bit.
I'm just trying to find out. That conversion ratio is about 107%.
And what's the normal average percentage that you use?
114.
And what would that get you?
138 knots.
Interesting.
I'm also confused where the 121 is from because I'm only seeing 118.
There was a report of 121 off that other report that I was looking at. However, the Bureau of Meteorology seems to think that the height was that 118 reading. So, and that's have to look at it.
Right now, that's the difference between Category 4 and 5 as far as I'm concerned, SSHS. Interesting.
But what did the Joint Typhoon Awareness Center say for their model discussion, Nathan?
The forecast discussion. All right. It's expected to make landfall near 15Z. Wow. That's 30 minutes away.
That's not going to happen.
Environmental conditions will continue to degrade as the system approaches the coast and tracks inland with steady weakening expected. After 18Z, 3 hours from now, it will recurve sharply southeastward to east-southeastward as it interacts with the major shortwave trough and eventually accelerates within the mid-latitude westerlies. Rapid weakening expected with dissipation by 36 hours over central Australia. Model discussion you wanted. Very tight agreement through 24 hours with a 22 nautical mile spread in solutions at hour 12 and 43-mile spread at hour 24. Then guidance diverges gradually with increasing uncertainty associated with the track within the mid-latitude westerlies overland. So, pretty basic stuff there.
Wait, you said that they have a 43 nautical mile spread in 24 hours, right?
Yep.
Is that normal?
That's lower than usual, I think.
Yeah, that seems lower than normal.
And just some other info, automated fixes. Everything seems pretty constant, pretty good agreement with T6.5, 127 knots. Sims Satcon, 117 knots. And Sims ADT, only 107 knots. But I did note, I was looking at that earlier, they fixed it in completely the wrong place, so completely disregard that.
Well, obviously we know how the GTWC is with the Dvorak. They love to stick to it like crazy.
I'll just have a little look and see if they've improved that ADT fix. Nope, still 107 knots, and they have fixed it about 20 miles away from the where the eye actually is. So, wrong. Throw it out. Garbage data.
Of course. Isaac, I said that you're measuring something.
Yeah, speaking of the eye, it looks like the outer eye part of the storm is roughly about 4 miles away from the coastline. So, like, at least according to radar on the latest scan. So this is getting very close, dangerously close to the coast right now. And I'm sure this section of the coast that I'm highlighting right here is certainly getting those Category 3, Category 4 winds at this point in time, or not gusts right now. Southeast. Zoom out a little bit more to get a wider view of it. Very solid structure to it. And no indication of high wall cycle or the change, suddenly going from high end Cat 4 to 3. Very, very solid storm. And if we loop this back to frames, 20 frames here, you see it continues to at least maintain its intensity. If you look closely here, you can see Mesoboard is rolling around and there's kind of eye there, marked in those kind of light blue green colors in the eye. So really indicative of a very powerful system. Fortunate that we only have reflectivity with this radar. We don't have any velocity or anything like that. This is reflectivity only radar. But if I'd imagine if we had velocities into it, we'd be seeing values at least high in Cat 4 range.
Absolutely. If you have any comments or questions, send those down in the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Is Port Hedland, Nathan, are they still reporting tropical storm force gusts, was it?
There's been no more updates so far. Oh, now we've just had... There we go. So, slight decrease again. Pressure staying around 997.7. They've just recorded a slight little bit of rain in the last half hour. First rain that they've received since 5 p.m. And they're up to 14 millimeters now. They were at 13.6. But we are talking small amounts right now.
Yeah, and you said that they've already got, like, what, 2/3 of their monthly average?
Their average for the whole month of April is 21.
That's quite low as far as
Sure is.
As far as worldwide standings go, to be honest.
It's their weakest rain month in the wet part of the year. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Someone's asking us, when did Ilsa get its name? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
It's quite late.
Yes.
I think it was about 60 miles per hour when it finally got.
I think about 2.5 days ago now.
Yeah, which for a storm to go from basically getting named to peak intensity in 2 days is nothing short of remarkable. I imagine that this question would probably be for you, Nathan. With that question being asked, do you know what the fastest time from a storm getting named to peaking was? I imagine.
No. I don't.
I imagine Delta from 2020 is going to be on that list. Yeah.
Hurricane and Bertha 2007. That went from nothing to a 90-mile-an-hour Category 1, I think, in 18 hours.
I don't know. I can't think of anything right now.
Well, let's hope that people are taking shelter from this storm, though. Of course, what you want to do is you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure that all your doors and windows are locked and closed, because the pressure gradient from the outside will want to equalize with the pressure gradient inside. I know that's how a lot of people get their homes destroyed, I guess you could say, by the door blowing in. If you have any comments or questions, just send down to the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up bright, nice, and orange for me to answer. Just doing a little bit of radar analysis here, Isaac. Maybe the northwestern side is a little bit weaker now.
Not by much. I am seeing what you're seeing there, not as much in the yellow. and oranges as I've seen in the western quadrant there. Look, loop here. Yeah, it is doing that. I really want to see another frame to see if it fixes itself instantly or if it keeps on going. Regardless, I think it's at least trying to maintain intensity here. Going into landfall, still looking very good. If we zoom back out again, we can see how picturesque this looks on radar. You can see those measure vortices rotating around in the inner eye. That outer band there just to the east of Port Hedland. Just a classic technical, powerful cyclone here on radar, nearing landfall here within the next 40 to like 2 hours or so, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less than that even.
What, sorry?
Landfall in about the next 2 hours, maybe a little bit more or less than that.
Yeah, probably about, maybe, just doing some calculations here, maybe about, at the absolute earliest that I could be seeing it is probably by midnight, which would be in about an hour and 15 minutes. But the most likely landfall time, if I had to guess, would probably be about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes from now. Do you have any comment on that landfall timing, Nathan?
No, I think that sounds about right. Its movement has been fairly stable now. We continue to look at that radar. Maybe a slight southward dip just there, but then more towards the southeast again in that last frame. It is getting a bit more wobbly though, and less symmetric. So JTWC might be onto something there, even though it did look good for a couple of frames earlier in the hour.
We've got some good news here. Apparently, the owners and staff at the Pardue Roadhouse evacuated 24 hours ago, according to the last night's 6 p.m. newscast, who interviewed them as they were closing up shop and leaving. So there appears to be nobody there, which is really good news. And let's hope that that is certainly still the case. Latest radar imagery indicate that the eye right now, in terms of eye size, looks to have maybe shrunken down a little bit again, maybe down towards 18 nautical miles wide. Again. But of course, that's measuring circumference, and the eye is not exactly a perfect circle, unfortunately. Someone else wanted us to know where will the storm go once it is inland. So someone pull up the Bureau of Meteorology cone for me.
Yeah, right over here.
There it is. You can see there it is forecast to weaken quite rapidly once it moves inland, and should dissipate quite quickly, I imagine. And by the weekend, it should be gone.
And then here's the CWC cone as well.
Yeah, they expect it to weaken a little bit quicker than what the Bureau of Meteorology is forecasting. But overall, the general trend is a quick weakening trend, and overall a quick dissipation as the storm moves inland. Someone is saying in chat, is the storm weakening currently? Hard to say.
Maybe slightly. Not enough to say that it is.
Do you think that it's weakening right now, Nathan, at all?
I don't know. I mean, I just said very slightly, but I don't think it would be enough to drop it in a 5-knot increment yet, but maybe soon.
Just waiting and seeing at this point. Landfall is pretty much growing near. It's gone into that little bay area though, as we were hoping it wouldn't, because it's only moving the landfall time even further up.
Yes, could have seen that one coming. Look at that satellite though. I mean, when you look at that satellite, it makes you feel like landfall is literally 5 minutes away, when in fact it is still probably over an hour.
Yeah. Radar tells the true story though, because radar is latest image I've got is what time is it? At 10:39 a.m. my time, so that's 10:39 p.m. over there.
Right.
Which that was about 7 minutes ago.
Yep.
So this radar frame that I've got on my screen here is pretty much up to date.
Why don't you zoom in a little bit to Port Hedland and take a look at that area?
And we've got a outer band moving through, producing some heavy rainfall. But you can see they're really kind of on the edge of this system.
Yeah.
Yeah, Western Port Hedland isn't really going to be getting much in terms of impact, but Eastern Port Hedland could be getting some significant rainfall totals. You know, this is going to be one of the kind of situations where 10 miles can make a difference, even though that you're not getting the exact core of this storm. You know, Western Port Hedland could be getting little rainfall, and Eastern Port Hedland could be getting a lot more than Western. Of course, that amount difference isn't really going to be much of a difference when it comes to heavy rainfall, but still quite significant either way.
Yeah, been no more updates from the Port Hedland observations. Right now, though, at least at half past, they were getting wind speeds of 39 kilometers per hour, gusting to 54, pressure of 998.
Someone is asking us, is it possible for another storm to form in the Australian region in the next 5 to 10 days? There is some rumors of an area of interest in the eastern part of the basin, the northeastern part up near Vanuatu and New Caledonia. We'll have to monitor that closely right now. I'd probably give it around a 20% formation chance in the next 5 days.
I think that is fair, actually.
Although I haven't really done my in-depth model analysis yet, so. Do we have
of course, we're quite busy covering this.
Do we have the latest update from the Bureau, Nathan, by chance? I haven't checked.
Bureau. No. They did do their update of 48 minutes past the last hour, so they might do it again now, but no, we're still waiting for our 11 p.m. update.
And I imagine that will be out pretty shortly.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with whether they do it right on time. They're a little early or late. Obviously, when we deal with the National Hurricane Center, we know that they're often quite early. Then again, when they do their hourly updates, they're right on the money. Anyway, we'll find out. When there's an update, we'll let you know.
Okay. If you have any comments or questions, send those down in the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up nice and bright for us. Unfortunately, I would be inclined to show some webcams in the area, but of course, given that this is a sparsely populated area, there are no webcams. So it's a real disappointment that there aren't any webcams out in this area, unfortunately.
And even if there were, you wouldn't be able to see anything because it's dead of night right now. So chances are, it would just hear, if they had audio, it would just hear it, and that'll be it.
I guess this is another in-depth question. Is there any buoys in the area, out in the ocean?
No idea.
No, I mean if we count the Freedom Island and the other island, what's the name of it? Raleigh Island, one of the buoyed in. Those are the only two around.
I'm pretty sure we would have heard about one of them if there were.
Yeah.
Looking at radar on latest trends, it looks like the outer eye I was measuring earlier, it's roughly about 3 miles from the coastline there, give or take a little bit. 3 miles. Actually, let me go ahead and put this into metric. It'll probably do better.
Yeah.
That eye wall is still very close.
back out, you can see still a very powerful cyclone. It fixed that issue that it had going on that you were mentioning earlier, Ethan, on that northern quadrant where that there was basically no yellows there, just green. Fixed that issue there. Put it back on a loop. Nathan was also mentioning you noticed that the storm seems to be wobbling a little bit more as it goes in for that landfall in Australia.
And it looks to me as though that eye is broadening out as well, and certainly getting more ragged over time.
Yeah, if you look at, let me go back and see if I could go back 50 frames, see compared to what it looked like 50 frames ago on satellite data, and satellite data, radar data. And this radar updates roughly every 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and
Yeah, the storm has moved 12 miles in the last hour, and there's only about 20 miles between it and the coastline of where it's going to make landfall now, so that would probably put a landfall just past midnight. Still.
Yeah, sounds like midnight.
Yeah, I think we can...
all right, we've got an update from the Bureau of Meteorology.
Go for it.
They still have Category 5, of course. Let's see what information we've got now. Warning zone has been extended. The areas that were previously in the watch zone are now in the warning zone. There are no watch zones anymore, so it's all warning zone for Bidjadanga to Wim Creek, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidjadanga or Wim Creek, and extending inland to near Kirakura, including Kunuraichi, Nullagine, Marble Bar, Pangur, and Telfer. Category 5, sustained winds near the centre of 215 kilometers per hour with wind gusts to 295. It is near 19.8 degrees south, 119.4 east, 100 kilometers northeast of Port Hedland, and 55 west-northwest of Pardue Roadhouse, moving southeast at 18 kilometers per hour. It will cross the coast during the next few hours. There's really no different information there to what we've already looked at. But on that forecast cone, if you've got it up on the screen at all, it has been updated now. They are going with Category 3 by 5 a.m., still Category 3 at 11 a.m., and down to Category 2 at 5 p.m. and Category 1 at 11 p.m. tomorrow, Australian time, Western Australian time. So that's the latest update from BOM.
It's hard to believe how far inland this storm is going to be in just 24 hours. Just shows that this storm is really going to get running once it goes inland.
It's going to get dragged out southeastwards,
as they normally do. Yeah, storms typically, whenever they move into this portion of Australia, they typically move off pretty quickly off towards the southeast.
As JTWC said, they're expecting it to happen rather abruptly, they think, in about 2 hours.
It is going to be pretty abrupt. So
there's the Force 13 satellite page. Let me see what the radar on our site looks like right now.
I don't know if it would have it, but I can pull it up here. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Of course it is.
I didn't realize that it had one.
Yeah.
Of course, this is literally the first one that I'm using this website for, I'm not going to lie, so... I am pretty new to this stuff. But there's a look at the Force 13 radar site. Of course, if you want to access it, it is free to use. Go to force-13.com/satellite, and you can access all of this. This was put into use recently by our own Jason.
An Aussie, yeah. We do have a few Aussies on our team, but I don't know if Josh is still doing that update. He was going to be doing an update at 7 p.m. I don't know if that went out. And of course, we've got David Tones. He usually hangs out with us in the early hours on the East Coast. But yeah,
if I had to give time to landfall right now, I'd probably give around maybe 80 minutes or so until landfall. That would put it at 15 past midnight for the time of landfall. That's just my forecast right now. Of course, that could shift by 5, 10, 15, maybe up towards 20 minutes. But the storm's landfall is coming. It's coming up pretty soon. And the storm is a very strong storm making landfall along the coast of Australia in the next few hours.
yeah.
It is still a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale by our Cyclone Analyst team, with maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour. And it is easily a Category 5 storm on the Australian scale. Of course, Bureau are still maintaining 115 knots, if I recall correctly. Around there.
Oh.
Let's say that. We'll be back after this short break here for some more live coverage. Landfall is on the way, just past midnight. Stay tuned for more coverage on this dangerous storm.
Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
You're watching Force 13's live coverage of the landfall of Cyclone Ilsa. Still a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, with maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour, and a minimum potential pressure by our analyst team right now, given at 918 millibars. The storm is extremely dangerous and it is quite a powerful storm, and it is poised to make the first Category 5 on the Australian scale landfall since Cyclone Marcia back in 2015. It's been 9 years since that. No, it's not 5 years. It's been 8 years, actually. What happened? It's been 7. My apologies on that. But that's how long it's been. It is a thank you, Nathan, from in the background. But it's been that long since we had a Category 5 Australian scale landfall in Australia. My name is Ethan Bruning, and I am still joined by my live team consisting of, we have a lot of people here. We have Isaac, Daniel, Jose, Nathan, and Kenneth still with us for this next hour of coverage.
Yep, 8 years since Marcia's landfall on the Australian east coast, and Cyclone Lawrence was the last Category 5 landfall in this area of the coast of Western Australia back in December 2009.
It's been that long.
Yeah, of course, there's been a few cyclones in between that have caused serious issues in this very area. I was reading about the Pardue Roadhouse and how they evacuated during Cyclone Rusty and during Cyclone Ella in 2012, in 2013. And I think that was really the last major impact for this particular place. And then later on, we had cyclones affecting areas a little bit further eastwards, Kelvin, right over 80 Mile Beach. But this one is a Category 5 on the Australian scale. Borderline Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. I still don't think so. The CAT team do, but you can't argue against at least 155 miles per hour. And a very powerful cyclone by anyone's standards, about to move ashore. The good news is that only 200 or so people are in the path of very destructive winds. About 1,500 or so in the path of destructive winds, and about 20,000 or so are going to get gale force winds, including Port Hedland. Having said that, observations from Port Hedland have been a little bit on the low side. So far, we've only seen maximum wind speeds of 44 kilometers per hour and a maximum wind gust of 67, and a minimum central pressure there of 997.5. They're getting a little bit of rain, though, 0.6 millimeters in the last hour. So small amounts of rainfall there occurring in Port Hedland right now from the storm's outer bands. It does look like the center of the storm did make its closest approach to Port Hedland, and so is now starting to move away a little bit, slowly.
It is slowly edging away. Go ahead, Isaac.
Okay, I was going to say, I do got some news really quick before I share that news. Going to do a quick measurement here of how far away the eye is from the outer part of the eye there, and looks like it's probably less than 1 or 2 kilometers away from the coastline here. I think the outer part of that eye is starting to make its presence known on this portion of the Australian coastline on this latest radar frame. The thing I wanted to mention is there actually is a updated weather station. The Purdue weather station is not out of date as I thought it was. I looked at this other site here, and so far they've reported the pressure down to 984.27 hectopascals. And hopefully this station keeps running, because this one will get into, if I'm not mistaken, this will get into the eye wall and probably the eye again if it keeps up. We'll have to see on that. But yeah, it is actually running as I didn't think it was. So we'll be able to see what the operation is, what observations it produces. I can't think. what observations it produces when it gets closer to that station.
Absolutely. If you do have any comments or questions, you can tell them down to the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Be sure to tag us at 413. It'll light up nice bright for me to read out. Will Cyclone Ilsa slow down prior to landfall?
Nope. If anything, it'll speed up
Yep.
after landfall.
Yeah, this storm is not going to slow down one bit, unfortunately.
Very little change expected from here on out. I'm just gonna check some other stuff right now to see if there's personal weather stations and other sources out there that we can possibly look at in the area.
Do let me know if you find anything, by the way. What are you seeing right now in the meantime on radar, Isaac? Still very symmetrical appearance as far as that goes.
Yeah, very symmetrical. It's going off that Purdue weather station. It should go. The eye looks like it should go right over that station if I'm doing my estimations here correctly. Oh, my radar decided to go down. Here's a look at the 413 radar again. It gives you a little bit of a wider view of how compact and small this storm is in relation to the country of Australia. You see the outer band, a prominent outer band there that's just east of Port Hedland right there. They're probably getting a little bit of light rain from that as we speak on radar. Go back to satellite. See this one. You'll see recently there's been a convective blow up in the CDO where the cloud tops have cooled even more, as you see there in those later frames going over -80 degrees Celsius there in the last two frames of the rapid scan target area. The Himawari 9 satellite, this updates every 2.5 minutes to get a new frame.
Wow, nothing in the area at all. Weather stations.
Other than Purdue?
No, at least I don't think so. It's just very slow to load right now. I know there's one at Marble Bar.
There's another one called the Shea Gap. I haven't been able to get any data off that, but Shea Gap is another one.
There's one at Woody Woody as well, if anyone knows that place. Well inland. That will be an interesting one for tomorrow, probably. But yeah, really not much to go over right now. There is a station at Pardue, actually, but it doesn't have much data on it. Oh, is this? No, this is the one. This is the bomb one, isn't it?
Yeah, when I was looking at it on Bomb, it didn't have any data whatsoever. And then when I went over to this website here, it has everything on it. And saying that it's at 984.27.
Oh, right. Interesting.
Pretty much that is the very, very last surface observation we get. Even after landfall, not the surface observation. Fatal Island is pretty much the last one.
Absolutely, and I'm seeing on Isaac's screen share now that parts of land are in the eye now.
Oh boy.
Go ahead and stop this radar loop here. Yeah, it looks like this part of the coastline has gotten into the eye.
It is worth noting that while different agencies differ on what is actually landfall, the official classification is when the storm's direct center crosses land, not the edge of the eye. So we still have a good while to go until landfall actually happens.
Yep.
Augusta is the one that does that, where the edge of the eye makes hits land. They call it out a landfall. But for the other agencies around the world, so like the Bureau of Meteorology in Australia, Once this center part of the eye itself makes the landfall, then they call it the landfall. It's just a slight graze from like this section here and doesn't fully go through the land. That is not considered a landfall by any means. But yeah, it's good. You're getting awfully close here to a landfall.
Well, Ethan, I'm going to back out of the stream for about the next probably half hour or so.
Okay.
I'm just going to do a little something on the side here, little video, and then I'll be back with you.
Roger that. So this storm is still poised. At this point, I think that it's pretty much as certain that this storm is going to make a Category 5 landfall. It might weaken down just as it's coming in, but I think that it's pretty certain that this storm is going to make a Category 5 landfall at this point. Would you guys agree with that assumption right now?
Yeah, I think it's a sure bet here that it's gonna make Cat 5, or at least Cat 5 really into a landfall here. Nothing's really screaming to me or any of us. I don't think that this is gonna just instantly go from Cat 5 to Cat 3 or 4 on this scale.
Absolutely. If you do have any comments or questions, you guys know those down in the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Someone is saying that we have the landfall chances of a Category 5 at 5%. I'm actually exporting a new bottom bar right now to adjust those probabilities, and that bottom bar will be out in about 30 seconds or so, maybe about a minute. So luckily, we haven't really been seeing in populated areas, think of Port Hedland, we haven't really been seeing much in terms of strong winds there. The max that we've gotten so far, I believe, and there's the new bottom bar actually, the max that we've gotten so far, I think tropical storm force wind-wise is in a gust, and that was barely into tropical storm force winds. So luckily things had not been too bad in Port Hedland, and they appear to be at their worst right now, to be honest. So conditions should slowly get better as the storm draws away from Port Hedland.
Yeah, we're just kind of playing a waiting game here on when this is exactly going to make landfall here. Certainly within the next 3 hours, at very, very least, here, if it starts to slow down a tiny bit, at least the next 3 hours, it's definitely going to make a landfall here. There's something pretty drastic here.
I do have to say that it really is unfortunate that we don't have reconnaissance aircraft like we do in the Atlantic and the Eastern Pacific. It's unfortunate we don't have this here in the in other basins around the world, because I'm sure that a lot of people, in particular us, and I imagine the public included, would really like to know the absolute true intensity of the storm. But we don't have any reconnaissance aircraft in this storm because they don't fly into the Australian region, which is truly unfortunate. Latest eye diameter on radar. Let's see what it is now. It looks like that's gotten like a bit of an oval circle to it now. It looks like that it's widened a little bit back up to 20 nautical miles wide. So this kind of oscillating thing where it'll shrink and then it'll grow in size and then shrink and then grow and rise again. That kind of thing is normal in these kind of systems. But overall, it does appear to be maintaining an eye width of at least around 18 to 20 nautical miles wide. So that's a good bit of time in the eye, to be honest. And judging at least by reports and surface observations that we've gotten in the islands, this isn't a completely 100% calm eye either. So there is still going to be some strong winds in the eye with this.
Do note that the observations that we have had and that have been basically skirted by the outer eye of this. So that could be why it was going from, say 50 knots to 146 knots in 5 minutes or 10 minutes in between readings. Another thing to mention is I believe think it was a SAR pass, if I'm not mistaken, we got an hour or two ago, indicated wind of 145 knots in the cyclone. Just thought that'd be something to mention here really quick. And that pass, I think, was taken 6 hours ago. I'll just check back to be sure then. But another interesting thing to note.
That is very interesting to note. Still no sign of an hour replacement cycle on radar. But Isaac, if you can zoom out your radar presentation there, just an incredible radar appearance that we're seeing right now on this storm right now. And quite frankly, I can't remember the last time that we had a radar image this picture perfect before.
At least for this part of the world, probably not. Last one for me, in my opinion, will probably be Damien in 2020, and before that, probably Yossi, 2011. Damien, mind you, went basically right over Dampier, over here to the west, basically went right over that radar site. And there's an infamous picture of the radar basically in the dead center of the eye of the cyclone before it went offline. This, fortunately, is going to stay well away from the Fort Hedland radar, so we're going to be, unless it gets, struck by an unfortunate lightning strike or something like that, this radar should continue to be in operation well after the storm makes landfall here. And regarding that SAR pass that I was talking to you about earlier, it was taken at 10:30 UTC, and it estimated winds of 144 knots, which is about 164 miles an hour on that pass. And that was again at 10:30 UTC. That would have been basically about 5 hours ago.
And how much eyewall lightning are we seeing with this storm right now, Isaac? Has it degraded some since I asked you an hour or two ago, or is it still pretty good?
Last time you mentioned it, there was a good amount of eyewall lightning to the northwestern quadrant. That's my marker out there. There's a good amount of it right around here, and now I'm not really seeing that. Just occasional flashes here and there. Let me go ahead and loop this again. And you can see earlier how there's a good cluster of lightning in the northwestern eyewall, and I'm not really seeing that in the latest frames here. If we go to that website that I like to look at here for lightning, you'll see that a lot of the lightning has gone away. There's still a few lightning bolts, but not as much as there were. And as you saw earlier, a lot of the lightning was focused on the northwestern quadrant. Now it seems to be focused basically on the northern and northeastern quadrant for the few lightning strikes that are being detected from the cyclone.
Absolutely. If you do have any comments or questions, send those down in the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at 413. It'll light up nice and bright and orange for me to answer those in due course. So potential analogs to this storm, I know that we've been talking about this over the past few hours. You have Cyclone Lawrence in 2009. I imagine another one that comes to mind is Cyclone Sam. Does that one come to mind for you, Isaac, personally?
Cyclone Sam. I'm familiar with that one. I'm familiar with Hurricane Sam, but not Cyclone Sam. I didn't think that was the one.
So right now, we'll give a distance from the center of the eye towards the probable landfall point. Given that the storm is probably moving at about 12 miles per hour, based on the past few radar frames, it's got about 14 miles to go until it makes landfall. And of course, there are already sections of land in the eye, but the exact center is moving off towards the southeast, and will likely make landfall at maybe around 12:30 a.m. Local time, which would be in about 70 minutes or so. So landfall is just about an hour away, folks. It's getting really close. A few questions have come in. Please keep them coming. Someone is asking us, is this a Category 5? Yes, both on the Australian scale and the Saffir-Simpson scale. It is officially on the Australian scale, although service observations do suggest that it is one on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Would there be a visible satellite imagery when Australia is in the day? Yes, there would be. You can check out the satellite imagery on our website, force-13.com/satellite, for the latest information on that.
Pardue down to 981.8 millibars in the latest update here.
Where's that at?
That's going to be a little bit inland. I think it's roughly going to be where I'm marking here in the blue. If I'm not mistaken, roughly right around there. Actually, probably more like let's marker it again. Probably right around there, if I'm not mistaken, for the location of that observation station. And I do have a map of observation stations that I'll try to get up here. But yeah, Pardue is basically right in the firing line. If it doesn't get the center, it's going to come very close to getting the dead center of the cyclone if it holds up, and hopefully it does hold up. So that.
Someone's asking us, what are the wave heights? I know that the storm surge, typically with a storm of this intensity, is typically around 16 feet. We don't actually have wind field data because it's quite sparse in this area, but I imagine that it's going to be around that level. Someone's asking us, can it pick up strength by going through that bay? It absolutely sort of can, and I'll explain it here. So overall, this storm right now on satellite imagery is overall on a very slow weakening trend coming into land. But what we have here is we have the strongest quadrant of the storm is clearly on the northeastern side. And as this sort of moves closer into land, the winds, since this is a clockwise spinning cyclone, those strongest winds are going to wrap around towards the southern side. And due to the overall shape of this bay here, it sort of confines the winds into a smaller area, and as such, the winds can sustain themselves at a higher intensity, albeit probably a maybe 5 to 10 miles per hour more over a longer duration. So overall, that might mitigate this slow weakening trend, and overall, the storm really, honestly, is probably maintaining intensity with maximum sustained winds, 1 minute sustained winds of 160 miles per hour right now. Someone is asking us, what is the rainfall totals? I'll pull up the latest Bureau of Meteorology discussion. This is what they say for this. Where is it? I lost it. They say heavy rainfall is projected along the track of Ilsa. 150 to 300 millimeters of rainfall is possible during tonight and Friday near where Ilsa crosses the coast, with falls gradually decreasing as it tracks inland. Abnormally high tides are possible about the coast between Bidianga and Port Hedland as the system crosses the coast tonight or during early Friday morning. In some locations, the tide may be close to or exceed the highest astronomical tide of the year. So certainly a very significant event for these regions. Keep the questions coming, folks. Really appreciate them. Someone is asking us, what is the wind speeds and what would the max wind speed be? So right now, the highest wind gust that we've gotten was earlier on a max wind gust of 185 miles per hour. Hard to see exactly what we're going to be seeing on land, but we're probably going to be seeing around 180, 175 miles per hour if I were to give it like a ballpark estimate. Of course, we could be seeing a little bit higher. We could be seeing a little bit weaker on the side of things. Hard to say exactly. But the highest sustained winds that we're seeing right now is probably around 160 miles per hour. That's 1 minute sustained winds. 10 minutes sustained winds probably around 140 miles per hour. Please do keep those comments and questions flowing. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It'll light up bright, nice and orange for me to read those out in due course. If I had to guess for the landfall time, we're probably only maybe about an hour away from landfall at this point, Isaac.
Yeah, it's coming very close here. As I'm looking at the Bureau of Meteorology radar. Oh, I don't know what's doing there. Sorry, my computer seems to be freaking out. I was looking to see where exactly Pardue was, and if I'm not mistaken, so this is Pardue right here, and this is where we're gonna get those observations here. But the place where I'm getting those readings from, I believe, is a little bit further west, probably right around where my cursor is here. So it should start to get into that eye wall here very soon. The last update was 981.8 millibars, so that may be a little bit out of date here. I'm trying to find out when exactly that reading was taken. Looks like it was taken at three. What time is it over in Australia right now? You know, Ethan?
What, sorry?
The time in Australia right now?
The current time in Australia?
Yeah.
Right now it is 11:26 p.m.
26. So this is out of date by, looks like 30 minutes. So as of about 30 minutes ago, it says 981 millibars, and it's probably clearly stronger than that right now. Hopefully we didn't lose that observation station down there. Looking at it here.
Right. Keep monitoring those surface observations very closely. Someone's asking us, how high would the storm surge be upon landfall? Probably still around 16 feet, to be honest. And probably the highest surge is probably honestly occurring right now, to be honest, with this onward flow that we're seeing with this storm right now. The highest surge is probably occurring right around in this bay area here, around there, in this general area with the onward flow, thanks to the eye wall. So that's probably where we're going to be seeing the highest storm surge right now with this storm. And of course, this storm is really in this bay area now at this point. So it's only a matter of time before it makes landfall.
Yeah, just look at how that eye wall is hugging that coastline there in that later frame. See how it's kind of in line with the coastline there. It's incredible stuff here.
I don't know about you, Isaac, but that's a screenshot if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that is incredible. That we're able to see this, and again, this is far enough away from the radar site, so we don't have to deal with the radar going down unless, you know, and the unfortunate event if it gets maybe struck by a strong bolt of lightning. It should keep going here for long into the future. But yeah, just look at that. You can see the blue ocean through that eye radar. Incredible. Look around it. There's a few lightning bolts here and there, and a few spots of orange. Textbook radar appearance here.
I see that we've got Kenneth back with us. What do you think this storm's landfall intensity is going to be, Kenneth?
So right now, as part of its transmitting data, at the same time, of course, I'm still doing some data analysis on this system, and then I'm plotting some graphs to extrapolate the sensor pressure. But seems in infrared light, the eye did really feel being filled up to some extent. It slightly deteriorated, because there's some pretty significant westerly shear already. Actually already 10 to 15 knots westerly shear actually is pretty moderate already. So that's why the infrared appearance is not so good, but still the jet interaction at a lower level is still getting less affected, and the eye wall still remains very intact and symmetric. But I'm seeing what the intuition tell me by the latest surface is that the pressure is rising considerably based on the latest observation. I'll confirm you the estimated number in a while. But so far, probably still in the 920, like mid to high 920s, I guess. Yeah, pretty much like that point. Maybe lost a Cat 5 because of the land friction stuff. But yeah, it's just slightly weakened. Yeah, it's probably still high Cat 4 in Saffir-Simpson Scale.
Okay. If you do have any comments or questions, you can send it down to the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Someone's asking us, will this be the strongest cyclone landfall in Australia? No, not even by a long shot.
Monica holds that title.
Yep, Monica 2006. That was much stronger than this at landfall.
180 miles an hour with a unofficial JCWC pressure, I think, of 881, if I'm not mistaken. Albeit the Bureau of Meteorology, I think, has it at 916, if I remember correctly. Going back to observations here at the Purdue station, we've got another update here, and the pressure is down to 978.8 millibars. and the winds are up to 70 kilometers an hour, which would be, I think, again, the calculation to 70 kilometers an hour, I think it'd be like 40 knots. $37 knots.
So keep those observations coming, Isaac. Someone's asking us how high are the cloud tops right now in Cyclone Ilsa?
Over minus 80 degrees Celsius. I can't give you an exact measurement here. I could try my best. Let me take a look here. Do some work off the screen here. And I'm not mistaken. I would probably say about minus 90 would be the coldest spot that I'm seeing on it right now. It has flared up a little bit more cooler cloud tops around that CDO, the central dense overcast around that eye. In the latest frames, eye still kind of not 100% clear on satellite. I'm waiting for update here to give you a rough estimate here. It's been a little bit of a pain.
In the meantime, someone is asking us, is this a particularly populated part of northwestern Australia? No. This part of Australia, I believe, is one of the most sparsely populated in the continent.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get better than that in terms of sparsely populated. And the better would probably be if you go further east a tad bit. I don't think there's really anybody there. And the people that are there, at least most of them, from what I understand, have been evacuated at least a day in advance ahead of this. Keep in mind, Western Australia has really strict laws regarding a couple of cyclone preparedness and evacuation. And if they see you out and about, or they knew you were out and about during this cyclone, they, from what I understand, they could give you a heavy fine, possibly even jail time. How serious the fraction is. Going back to the cloud top temperatures for the cyclone right now, doing a rough estimate, looks like minus 90.7 degrees Celsius, the coldest cloud top that I'm seeing on the cyclone right now. And that's going to be situated to basically the due eastern quadrant of the cyclone on this high wall.
And I noticed on your screen, Isaac, there's a little bit of maybe filling in the radar.
It's hard to say. I think it could be a mesovortice. If we look back at the radar loop, I would be inclined to say it's probably a mesovortice, but you could be correct in the fact that it might be the start of the eye trying to clear out here. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was a mesovortice, because it's a pretty flat area of the country. So I don't expect this to go from looking like this to completely cloud filled in 2 frames or anything like that. It's all going to be more of a gradual change in structure here as it starts to make landfall over in Australia. It's very flat terrain. Unlike what other parts of the country, like for instance Hispaniola, iconic Hurricane David that made landfall as 175 mile an hour Category 5 hurricane, and came out of the island as a 40 mile an hour tropical storm, if memory serves me right. So this is not going to be going under near enough that column of terrain here, so it's probably going to be more gradual weakening, at least for the next hour or two here.
Keep those questions coming. Be sure to tag us at Force13. We'll answer those questions as they come in. Tagging at Force13, it makes it light up bright and orange for us, and we can answer those in due course. Someone is asking us, where'd it go? I lost it. Will the Atlantic hurricane season be above or below average? You can see our predictions that we went on a live stream a few days ago. Check back with that for our latest forecast. Is the storm stronger than Freddie? The Freddie had Freddie had a similar wind speed at peak to what this storm is at right now. But overall, the lower pressure for the storm is lower than what Freddie had. So I'd be inclined to say that this is a little bit stronger than Freddie.
Well, at least observation-wise, wind speed looks to be that to make the case for that. Freddie, of course, being a very historic storm in its own right. and this is going to be making its own place in history here as it starts to make its landfall over Australia. I believe we're joined back by Nathan. Nathan, you here?
Yes. Cyclone Ilsa starting to cross over the first bit of landmass there. This landfall must be coming up pretty soon then. I'm trying to remember where we're up to right now. We're getting close to midnight now, aren't we?
Yeah.
And the midnight hour is going to be the landfall hour, it looks like. Very close to Pardue.
The latest observations from Pardue is 978.8 millibars, and that's a little bit of an old reading now. That was a reading taken about 15 minutes ago, and it hasn't updated since. So, could potentially be down temporarily.
Man.
Pardue had a gust of 84 miles per hour.
Huh.
Winds of 58 miles per hour. They had a gust.
That's kilometers per hour.
And I imagine that Pardue can't be far away from the Iowa now.
No, not at all. It's basically in line with this road here, if I'm not mistaken. Probably right around there or so, where I marked. Plus or minus a few kilometers here and there. West of you.
Update on Port Hedland weather, 11:30 p.m. Wind speeds were at 37 kilometers per hour, gusting to 56. Pressure reading of 997.5. It bottomed out at 997.2, and it does look like it's starting to go up now. There has been 1 full millimeter of rain in the last hour. 2 hours, actually. So still very little rainfall for Port Hedland. More wind than rain. And you can see on, I don't know what the stream is looking at right now, but on the bomb radar that Jose is showing, a fascinating looking view there of just that line drawing from north to south. No rain on the left hand side of the radar, and it's all rain on the right hand side.
It's quite fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very interesting. That goes to show those fine margins. People were quite worried earlier on when the storm looked like it might have been trending further south and west of what we were expecting. But to be honest, when it comes to it, it looks like this has been very well forecasted overall.
Yeah, which is a good thing. I mean, models were, think days in advance they had the storm rapidly intensifying in this area. They got that right. That's not every day that you see that, where models actually predict rapid intensification so accurately. Only happens for maybe a select few storms every year. It's not every day that we see this.
So this is still very much an upper echelon storm event. Populations are very low, thankfully, in the landfall zone. As mentioned earlier, around 200 people are in areas that are expecting Category 3 Saffir-Simpson winds, about nearly 200 kilometers per hour sustained winds. About 1,500 are in areas that are that will be expecting hurricane equivalent winds, and about 15,000 or so expecting tropical storm force winds. That includes Port Hedland, but having said that, they haven't actually received any tropical storm force winds yet. Of course, it's better to be safe than sorry, but to me it looks like that they won't get any now because the storm is starting to move away from Port Hedland, and I think the winds are just going to be around about where they are right now, gusting to about 30 knots or so, about 60 kilometers per hour. So Port Hedland dodging a bullet. I know that sounds a little bit hyperbole, but I really think they have on this occasion.
A massive one at that too. Keep in mind, Port Hedland is the biggest port in the country in terms of sheer tonnage that they get from the ships and boats that go through there every day. So had this hit that part of Australia, would have been a massive, massive economical disaster for them. But fortunately, it's gone further east and it's making landfall. Still in a relatively populated area, but sparsely at that. As Nathan said, little around 200 people in the direct core of this storm here, and most of them have left well in advance from the cyclone.
Shall I go over the warning area again?
Yes, please do, because I have to work on stuff behind the scenes.
So we've got a warning zone right now for Bidjadanga to Wim Creek, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidjadanga or Wim Creek, and extending inland to near Kirakura, including Kunawaritji, Nullagine, Marble Bar, Pangur, and Telfer. No watch zones anymore, so it's either warning or nothing, all or nothing there. They are giving it Category 5 on the Australian scale. I would say it's borderline Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, or was, with winds near the centre, according to BOM, at 215 kilometers per hour, gusting to 295. That is 180 miles per hour. Moving southeast at 18 kilometers per hour. And it will cross the coast during the next few hours. It looks like landfall is looming large right now. Part of the eye is over land. And we're going to see more of that shortly. And I'm just looking back at this last half hour radar, and I would say, I think Ethan's been right here. It's going to be half an hour or less until we call landfall. I would say 12:15 at the latest, probably earlier.
Pardue had a recent gust. I'm assuming gust, it doesn't specify if it's sustained or gusting again. 46.9 knots.
Jem says it's pronounced Nullagine. Thanks for the help. When we do all of these cyclone coverages, we end up in places all around the world at various times of the year. So we do end up. It is a constant learning curve, not just learning the geography, but even learning the science of tracking these tropical cyclones. The second part we've got pretty nailed down. The first part is a game of luck sometimes, but there we go. But we always like to show willing. Latest imagery here. We're looking at windy right now, and the edge of the storm, edge of the eye, well over that bay area there towards Pardue.
If you have any comments or questions, you can send those down into the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at Force13. We'll answer those questions in due course. Going back towards Isaac's screen here, we're seeing more and more land areas in the eye now. And it appears that Pardue, at this point, is in the eye wall.
Yeah. So they've got part 1 right now. Did we ever establish which part of the storm is the strongest?
Northeast.
Northeast. and we'd always like to pick out areas and locations that are around and inside this eye, but honestly, there's no populated settlements in the eye or near it. Pardue Airport is just to the in the southern eye wall right now. Ilbergull Hill is in the southeastern eye wall. Mount Blaze is on the eastern side, just about inside the eye. People who are familiar with these locations. And of course, the wider area getting along onto 80 Mile Beach, East Pilbara Province, Shire, I should say. And this storm will move inland and affect a lot of the mining communities that are in the area. Very small communities, but obviously they have their own heartbeat, and even though this storm is not affecting a large area, it is important, just as important to anyone that's inside or in the path of this storm as it would be for millions if it was affecting the United States or the Philippines or China or anywhere like that. There it is on satellite imagery. Oh, I think we're still looking at radar on the stream. I was just locked onto Jose's screen there, but the trend is still southeastwards, and once again, actually, on that radar right there, it's round again. It was looking like it was getting elongated earlier on, but right now it's looking pretty good and round again.
Check another choice in that I2 near Pardue. I think what the next frame or two will be putting it close, whether it's a landfall or not. I think.
Wow, we may even call this before midnight then.
Yeah, it's updates every 5 minutes.
That's around 20 to 30 minutes after, because I see it's accelerating southeastward.
Yeah, it's got to be accelerating.
Thanks to the jets.
It's going to be close. Isaac, are you able to loop that radar loop on your end?
Yeah.
Hard to say if it has accelerated or not.
Well, I mean, our calculations from earlier, it must have done for it to be here at this moment.
But I want to get a center fix. This center right now is probably around 3 to 4 miles offshore.
Hmm. See a lot of people mentioning that that it's hard to believe that there's no ground footage of this thing. I mean, it is out in the middle of nowhere, but I am a little surprised that there's not a single webcam in Port Hedland or anywhere. Like, I think the closest, I don't think there's any webcams anywhere along this north coast of Western Australia even.
Yeah, it sucks.
Even if there was, they wouldn't be able to see anything because this is happening in the dead of night.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to hear it, though, if they have audio. But, you know, even populations are just very sparse in this area, and people are just going to hunker down and sit it out.
Yeah, but landfall is mere minutes away at this point. If I had to guess, it's probably be midnight around the dot.
What timestamp is that last frame, Isaac?
About 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago.
Should update here very soon. We're supposed to look at it there.
Yeah, we're just waiting with anticipation at this point for this storm's impending landfall. Going to be happening any minute now at this point.
People talking about videos in Port Hedland, sure, but to be honest with you, they haven't received very strong winds in Port Hedland. They only got brief tropical storm gusts, and they didn't get any tropical storm sustained winds. They've got little bits of rain, as far as we can gather. Pressure did fall quite a bit to 997 there. It does look like it's just starting to rise again a little bit now. But the highest wind gust in Port Hedland so far tonight, 36 knots. That's 67 kilometers per hour. Highest sustained wind, 44.
Do we have the latest update from the Bureau of Meteorology?
I was waiting on that one. Still no update yet.
Yep, they don't have any.
Purdue weather station is now down to 971.89 millibars with 94 kilometers, 10-minute wind, which is 50.7 knots. There's the latest update on the radar.
Chad Williams says maybe the bomb went to sleep. I don't think they'll be going to sleep at the moment, but they're a little early, right? It's still a little early for the midnight update. They'll probably wait a little bit.
What do you guys think of this latest radar frame here? Oh, okay, my radar just went down. That radar frame was about 3 minutes old. I'm going to get it back here in just a second.
They'll probably wait for midnight and declare landfall, actually. If I was them, that's what I would do. Because we're literally on it right now.
Yeah. A little bit earlier than I expected, though. Not by much, though.
It is, yeah. The way it was trending, we were thinking it could have been a couple of hours earlier, but no, not really. As a matter of fact, we were talking about this early yesterday, Ethan, weren't we? Calling 16Z for the landfall, and here we are at 1553.
Good job on us, right?
Yeah, 24-hour forecast there was really good.
Yeah, models were pretty locked on with this storm from the beginning, to be honest. So, good job on the model's part.
Ian says 20 feet high tide and 16-foot storm surge. That is certainly possible. I don't know if there's anything measuring that over there right now, but those sound like reasonable numbers for a storm of this strength.
But landfall for this storm at this point is literally mere minutes away at this point. Latest radar frame that I've got is at 50 past. Center is about 1.5 miles offshore.
Wow. So close.
I mean, when's the last time that we had a storm come ashore right dead at top of the hour? I know that Laura did it.
I don't know. Yeah, bomber waiting for this. I think they call it a landfall. Joe is real life says, is this an abnormal size for an Aussie cyclone? No, not really. It's about normal, really. Yeah, there's nothing really special about this storm size.
It's not Veronica's size when it was nearing landfall back in 2019 when it underwent that high wall cycle. Smaller than that. I wouldn't call it pinhole necessarily either, unless you guys disagree.
No, it might have been at first. Probably was at first, and then it has opened out.
Someone's just asking a little bit back, is the storm coming to Perth? No. Perth is completely out of clear of the system.
Far, far away from Perth. I did see someone earlier say that they were getting rain in Perth, and they thought they implied it was associated with the cyclone. It's not. But yeah, Perth getting a bit of rain right now tonight, and inland over the southwest corner of Australia there. Not associated with the storm, although the storm's energy might push that rain a little bit further south and east than it otherwise would have done.
It's just before top of the hour here. Midnight on the west coast of Australia is approaching, and Cyclone Ilsa is making landfall right now. Has not made landfall yet, but it's mere minutes away at this point. As a Category 5 storm on the Australian scale, Bureau of Meteorology have not declared landfall yet, and I imagine we will pretty shortly as well.
Cone's just come out, and the update has just come out. They are saying, I don't think they've explicitly said landfall, but it's impacting the coast between Bidjadanga and Port Hedland, with the very destructive winds passing to the east of Port Hedland between De Grey and Pardue Roadhouse. Warning zone has stayed. No, it hasn't. It's changed. Yes, the warning area has contracted eastwards slightly. Cancelled zones. Wim Creek to Port Hedland has been cancelled. Warning zone now is for Bidjadanga to Port Hedland, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidjadanga, and extending inland to near Kirakura, including Kunawaritji, Nullagine, Marble Bar, Pangur, and Telfer. Ethan, are we going to break?
No, we're not. We're staying on for landfall.
Okay, so sustained winds near the center still at 215 kilometers per hour and wind gusts to 295. It is 19.9 south, 119.6 degrees east, which is 115 kilometers east-northeast of Port Hedland and 30 kilometers northwest of Pardue Roadhouse, moving southeast at 18. It is crossing the coast, so they're effectively saying it is making landfall right now. I guess they don't announce landfalls at BOM, but it's literally doing it. I don't know when Force 13 are going to call it. Anytime now.
So, Isaac, you're just measuring the eye diameter there. You got 15.4 kilometers. What's that in miles?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I was actually determining and seeing where the
Nearly
exact
10.
center was. Where exactly the center was in relation to the latest frame, and going back a little bit more. You'll see.
10 miles there.
Yeah, the center is basically on shore.
Just before midnight here, Cyclone Ilsa is crossing the coastline here. We're just a mere minutes away from calling landfall at this point.
Well, you said that a few minutes ago.
Over some more
But
data here before.
yeah, that call's got to come in at any time now. Not that it means very much. It is, as I always mention during a landfall, it is a symbolic event. The event really begins when the first part of the inner eye wall affects land. That's when the worst stuff is happening. Obviously, visually, it's a powerful image, seeing the center of the eye make landfall. And then the second half of the storm rushes in behind it.
Are you able to provide an image of the storm, Nathan?
What kind?
Satellite, preferably.
What kind?
Any.
Unenhanced infrared? Enhanced?
Sure. Any.
I'll go to one of my go-to images and see what we got. Be a couple of minutes though.
Okay. And you said that the Bureau update did come in. What did they have for movement of the storm right now, Nathan?
Still at 18 kilometers per hour.
Which
southeast.
That's 10 miles. That's 11 miles per hour, right?
Pretty much. I think Ethan's preparing a landfall sit rep.
I am.
I think radar would be the best thing to do it on.
Yeah, you don't want to use radar?
Satellite is kind of meh. Radar's a lot better. So how clear the eye is in there.
So at this moment in time, there's not a huge amount to say about this. Most of, well, all of the forecasting part of our stream is been and gone. And now we are here observing the landfall and whatever comes afterwards. We are working very hard here just to get some images out. I shall slip it in the live discussion here. There's is an image.
Okay, Justine's got that for me. Okay.
And there's another image from Isaac, which is what I would put down for a landfall image, which is basically the radar that we're looking at right now. So, yeah, let's take a look at some of the comments here. Jem says, BOM don't typically do a landfall notice until a retrospective view, so honestly we should just probably call it better than they would. I'm waiting for Ethan to say yeah, but it can't be far off. Let's see. Lots of conversations going on in there as well. I hope that we're doing a decent service, putting out not just this live coverage with information, but also, I guess it's a space where people who are concerned about the cyclone can also get together and talk about it in real time. Of course, we have our Discord server as well. If anyone is interested in joining in the conversation on there, that continues, of course, all the time, even when we're not on the air. discord.gg/force13. Oh, there's the link down at the bottom. And we have plenty of places for discussion on there.
One thing I'd like to mention is Pardue was just updated again for the first time in seemingly like 30 minutes. They updated just about 2 minutes ago, and their latest update shows the pressure down to 968.2 millibars and a wind chemically sustained winds of 87 kilometers an hour, which would be 46 or basically 47 knots. 10 minutes sustained.
We've got some news to break here.
Breaking news sequence, I'm guessing.
The call has come. Cyclone Ilsa has made landfall near Pardue Roadhouse. Our cyclone analyst has dropped it below Category 5 intensity, just as it made landfall, with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 930 millibars. That's the latest from our cyclone analyst team, which has declared a Category 4 landfall has happened from Cyclone Ilsa.
9:30.
Wait, what?
It's quite surprising.
So there we go. Landfall has finally happened.
Yep, and it definitely looks like it when we look at that radar imagery. More than half of the eye there over land. And that's going to be another one for the history books, as David would say. But he's probably sound asleep there in Brisbane, so I guess I'll do it for him. and there it goes. And it does look to me, I suppose it's been sneaking up on us a little bit, but it certainly looks like it's turning more towards the east.
Absolutely. Just to get a radar loop of the landfall that has just happened here. Here is a loop of the storm making landfall. A powerful landfall by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, it was a Category 5 on the Australian scale. The first one since Marcia in 2015.
And I think it must be the most powerful Western Australian landfall since, I don't know, would it be since Orson?
Maybe.
I'm trying to get my brains on this one.
Cyclone George in 2007 made landfall at 902 millibars. So, probably gets the strongest since George in 2007.
That's right. Yeah. That was Western Australia, was it?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
So now that landfall has happened, if you do have any comments or questions, send those down in the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Be sure to tag us at Force13. It can light up for us and answer that. You were going to say something, Nathan?
No, I was just looking at some comments there as well. You know, Julia for Life saying they said strongest in 10 years. And whichever way you cut it, I mean, you can argue it's the strongest in pressure since 2007, the strongest in winds maybe since the same storm, but either way it is a very powerful storm in its own right, and with winds of 155 miles per hour, that's around 250 kilometers per hour there at landfall, with much higher gusts that we witnessed earlier on getting close to 300 kilometers per hour. Indeed, the Bureau of Meteorology warning people that gust could reach 315 kilometers per hour in their updates. That's nearly 200 miles per hour. I think they'll still have that in their latest update. Actually, no, they've decreased it slightly to this happened a while ago, to 295 kilometers per hour. Still, that is extremely powerful. 215 kilometers per hour sustained winds, 10-minute, according to the Bureau of Meteorology, gusting to 295. Just read off the wind extents here. Very destructive core of Ilsa with extreme gusts up to 295 kilometers per hour is impacting areas near Pardue Roadhouse and De Grey during the next few hours before tracking inland. Destructive winds with gusts to 155 kilometers per hour are occurring along the coast between Wallal Downs and Port Hedland, not including Port Hedland, and are extending inland as far as to the east of Marble Bar. During Friday, destructive winds are extended to extend further inland to Telfer. Damaging winds with gusts to 90 kilometers per hour occurring along the coast from just south of Bidjadanga to Port Hedland, including Port Hedland. Damaging winds that will extend inland to Marble Bar in the next few hours, to Telfer early Friday, Pangur by Friday afternoon, and to Kirakura by Friday evening. Heavy to intense rainfall expected along the track of Ilsa. 150 to 300 millimeters of rainfall is possible during tonight and Friday near where Ilsa crosses the coast, with falls gradually decreasing as it tracks inland.
Just was wanting to point out, apologies there, but this is the first Category 5 Australian scale landfall in April since Rosita in 2000.
For 20
Monica?
years.
No, Monica exists.
What?
Yeah, forgot about Monica. But Rosita does count technically for the west coast of Australia, though.
Yeah, all right. Yep.
So
fair enough.
So just to clarify, Monica was the most recent April Australia Cat 5 landfall anywhere, but Rosita was in April for the west coast. So hopefully that makes some sense.
Yeah. Well, I saw on social media and in our Discord server a few days ago that, you know, when we saw that Ilsa wasn't really developing for a day or two, oh, it's a failure, it's busting, it's all this and that. Well, here it is. It did reach its full potential as indicated by what the models were expecting. Well, maybe not full potential, actually. GFS wanted 880 millibars or whatever craziness, and HWRF wanted a bit more, but it certainly got to its full potential according to the JTWC forecast.
Absolutely. And
that first forecast, JTWC's first forecast called for a Category 5, and we'd never seen that ever in a JTWC initial forecast. But it did happen or it very nearly happened. I still don't think it was a Category 5 at peak, but certainly close, 155 miles an hour. And that's what they're running with right now. Ethan?
Either way, the difference between 155 and 160, very minuscule overall. But looking on the latest radar frames, Nathan, I don't know if you're looking at Isaac's screen.
Yeah.
But have a look at his loop. And it looks like to me that if this storm is over water, there was about to be an hour poison cycle inbound.
Is there?
At least.
A very long, a complete circle primary band, but it's now inland, so goodbye.
I think it's gonna that eye is gonna deteriorate very quickly.
Yeah,
is my hunch.
Yeah, so if the hour poison cycle wasn't going to weaken it, the land interaction definitely will.
Yeah, it felt like the lead up to the landfall was very slow, and now that it's happening, it seems to be going by really quick. We only just announced landfall, and almost the whole eye is inland.
Yeah. Really picking up pace now, isn't it?
Looks like it, and it's hard to tell properly, but it feels like it's moving further east now.
Well,
which is expected.
Let me just do my good old-fashioned radar analysis here and determine. Go ahead, Isaac.
State Purdue is just updated here, and they've reported a pressure down now to 966.3 millibars with a 10-minute wind of 95 kilometers an hour, which would be 51 knots. And I was actually incorrect on the location of that weather station. It's actually probably going to be more like marker around here. It's probably going to be more around here where it's located at. So it's probably what it's going to be. It's probably getting the strongest winds, and the lowest pressure is going to be getting right around now.
So 966 at that location circled. I didn't quite catch what the winds were.
They were 51 knot 10-minute sustained. The highest gust was 140 kilometers an hour.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so this storm in the past hour moved 17 miles, Nathan.
Wow, that is way more than it would have been, that it has been.
So yeah, picked up a little bit of speed in the past hour.
Very kind of the progression of the past few hours and how the cyclone's been going. Especially in its later frames, the eye starts to wobble a lot more. Now that it's over land, it's going to be weakening from here on out. Fortunately, made landfall in a pretty sparsely populated area of the country. Could have been a lot worse.
We'll keep those surface obs from Purdue coming in, Isaac. I really appreciate that. If you do have any comments or questions, you can send those down into the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Be sure to tag us at Force13 and and that'll light up nice and bright for me to answer that. Will there be a TWB tonight?
Yes, we will.
Well, you heard the word from Nathan officially.
Since I'm the only one who seems to do them. They are hard to make. But yeah, we'll have a tropical weather bulletin. We've got the automated stream, which will continue to run even after we go off the air tonight. So if you just go to, just either search Force 13 Live or go onto our channel and pull up the live tab, and you'll see our automated stream, which shows satellite imagery all the time, basically, and quite relaxing, actually, to be watching the automated stream. No commentary, I'm afraid. We're not machines, not yet.
Absolutely. Someone is asking us, how long will this live stream on? We'll be ending at top of the hour now.
Yeah.
Just gone past midnight. Has the Bureau called landfall yet?
Well, as we heard earlier, they don't call landfalls, but they intimated in their midnight update that it was crossing the coast, so making landfall effectively. And I expect in that case their next update will say that it's moving inland. But anyone can tell at this point that it's made landfall now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear on radar now.
Yeah. Still Port Hedland only getting traces there on the edge of those bands. Don't have any new obs there right now, but only 14.6 millimeters of rain since 9 a.m.
Yeah, still in the
whereas in the center of the storm, it could be near 300 millimeters.
Still on the extreme western fringes of the storm's influence. What's their wind speeds right now?
Yeah, they're still getting 30-knot gusts, but sustained winds are low, 20 knots, 21, 37 kilometers per hour, gusting 56.
There goes the radar again.
So you said that they've trimmed the cyclone warnings, right?
Yeah, eastwards on the western edge has been pulled eastwards a little.
And how long will the Bureau be doing hourly updates for now that landfall has actually happened?
Oh, God knows. They're doing one at 1 a.m. and I guess we'll find out then if they'll be doing a 2 a.m. one. Probably.
Yeah.
It's a Category 5, isn't it? So I think they'll do hourly updates for as long as it's a Category 5 AU. I can hear myself.
There's still not a whole lot to look at whenever it comes to this storm because unfortunately there aren't any webcams in the area. What's the latest pressure observations from Pardue, Isaac?
Latest that I'm seeing right now was at 968 millibar reading. However, I'm going to go ahead and try to refresh it here. And again, they're going to be on the outskirts of that eye wall there, from what I understand. So they're probably getting the worst of it that they're going to get right around now. So let's see, the latest update as of, looks like about 6 minutes ago. Loading. minute here. But last I remember it was I think a 76 knot wind gust was sustained. I think 51 or 52 knots. Last update from that station.
And for those curious about satellite, the eye did open up just a little bit as it was making landfall from a satellite perspective.
See that on the MRI9 target area, which updates every 2.5 minutes. We're looking past 100 frames. You can see what Nathan's talking about right there, how the eye sort of display out a little bit more. Makes you wonder what this would have looked like had it had more time or had it not hit landfall.
There we are.
Opened up the eyes at the last minute. Why wouldn't it?
What's that? Yeah, the eye. Yeah, a funny one. A storm that never really showed its eye off very much.
No, it never really did. It struggled with some wind shear and some dry air, of course. So that luckily kept the intensity on a very low side of things. But imagine if those two things were completely gone and weren't an issue for this storm. Imagine how strong it could have been.
Yeah, this could have. I mean, if it was struggling in its formative days. It was really struggling with it getting itself vertically stacked, and if it was managing to do that, then sky's the limit. We could have been looking at. I mean, I don't even want to think about how strong this could have been, given that sea surface temperatures were pushing 32 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. And imagine another thing is this storm could have happened completely 100 miles to the west, which would have put which would have put the eye pretty close to Port Hedland, which luckily isn't the case. So this storm is coming in pretty much at a, I mean, it's still a very strong storm, yes, but it's coming in at pretty much the right location for
holy cow
for what we want. No impacts, nothing bad with this storm, which is some really good news. We got lucky with this one.
Looks like the station in Pardue has probably gone offline again. But the latest update from them had a pressure down to 963.4 millibars with 10-minute sustained winds of 109 kilometers an hour, which would be 59 knots. Minutes sustained. Again with a pressure of 963.4 on Purdue.
I was gonna say, if you wanted to see how strong the storm's potential was, take a look at the CHP6 model, which models what the storm's strength would have been if there was no wind shear and perfect conditions. And this is a bit crazy. The CHP6 model reckons that the storm could have got to 220 knots and a pressure of 785 millibars.
Oh
apparently.
My goodness.
What?
Strong doubt on that one, but yep, CHP6 insane. 224 knots it reckons it could have got, and 785 millibars. Right, okay.
Yeah, totally. Supposedly someone in the chat is saying that they will do hourly updates as long as a red alert is in effect, Nathan, so they will be continuing hourly updates for a little bit.
Yep, and red alert right now for people south of Bijadanga, not including Bijadanga, to Port Hedland, Marble Bar, and Nullagine and Telfer. So quite a lot of areas there, so we could be code red alert there for quite a while.
And of course we are code red on our own scale, TCOS. Tropical Cyclone Operations Scale. That's how it's abbreviated.
No, Tropical Cyclone Operations Status, actually.
Oh,
right at its peak, Yeah, number was going up all the way up to landfall, and it's right at its peak now, 124 points. So it will probably start to decrease now. Might notch up another point, but there we have it. I'm afraid I have to sign off now, Ethan, but I'll be back with the Tropical Weather Bulletin tonight. But hope the last half hour of your stream goes well.
Thank you, Nathan. And that will be Nathan. He'll be back on for the Tropical Weather Bulletin at 0Z, which is that's about 8 hours from now, maybe a little bit past. So if you do have any comments or questions, you can send that down in the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Of course, the storm did make landfall about half an hour ago with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 930 millibars. Weakened down from Category 5 status just prior to its landfall. Of course, it did end up briefly getting to Category 5 intensity for a very short period. Although how strong the peak intensity of the storm is, or was, I should say, we'll have to do a lot of number crunching to see just how strong that landfall intensity actually was. But for this storm right now, of course, we're giving it winds of 155 miles per hour, pressure 930 millibars. Would not surprise me if that's actually a little bit lower now, probably down to 150. So just simply due to land interaction, that typically weakens the storm pretty quickly. So the storm should be weakening at a pretty rapid rate now that it has made landfall. Is that eye still open on imagery, Isaac?
A little bit.
I still find that quite impressive that it is still a little bit open on satellite imagery.
Yeah, it's about to close up.
We go to radar here. Radar's actually looking pretty dang good, given the fact that it's over land. Look at that. Do a loop here. See. Wait for it to fully load. Yeah, actually, it still looks pretty decent over land. It is getting further and further away from the radar site, so that's why the eastern side doesn't look too hot. If it was closer, right around there, we could be getting a better look at it. It's be getting further and further away from this radar site, but even still, radar's showing a relatively clear eye and surrounded by very, very, very well pronounced eye walls in the yellow.
So the official landfall statistics, once again, 155 miles per hour, 10 minutes is, that's not 10 minutes, 1 minute sustained winds, which makes it a high-end Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale, and a pressure of 930 millibars by our analysis. By the Bureau of Meteorology, they have it at 10 minute sustained winds of 215 kilometers per hour, with gusts up to 295 kilometers per hour, and a central pressure of, I think, around that. Not entirely sure what their central pressure is. Just looking it up here. 928 is what they have it at. So just to reiterate, the very destructive core of Ilsa, with extreme gusts up to 295 kilometers per hour, is currently impacting areas near Pardue Roadhouse and DeGray during the next few hours before tracking inland. Destructive winds with gusts up to 155 kilometers per hour are occurring along the coast between Wormall Downs and Port Hedland, not including Port Hedland, and are extending inland as far as to the east of Marble Bar. During Friday, destructive winds are expected to extend further inland to Telford. Damaging winds with gusts up to 90 kilometers per hour are occurring along the coast from just south of Bidiadanga to Port Hedland, including Port Hedland, and damaging winds will extend inland to Marble Bar in the next few hours to Telford early Friday, Parnangur by Friday afternoon, and Kurikura by Friday evening. Heavy to intense rainfall is expected along the track of Ilsa. 150 to 300 millimeters of rainfall is possible during tonight and Friday near where Ilsa crosses the coast, with falls gradually decreasing as it tracks inland. We're also now joined by Cesar, joining us from, I believe you're in Mexico. What are your thoughts on the storms and its intense landfall?
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Well, this is an unprecedented situation. It is one of the strongest tropical cyclones to ever make landfall in recent years. The last time we saw such cyclone making landfall with that intensity was Marcia in 2015 on the eastern coast of Australia. But in that particular place was, if I'm not wrong, Lawrence, 2007, if my memory is not failing. So, of course, this is going to be a really wild ride for the people nearby on those places. Although it's not a populated area, but still, it's a really dangerous situation. Of course, the rate of intensification of Ilsa has been really, well, much more expected actually, but still kind of scary situation. Gladly, it was affected by shear during its first stages of its existence, of course, which prevented to intensify further. But still, a really intense cyclone, and well, borderline category 4, category 5. It's such an interesting storm to study, to be honest. But yeah, unfortunately, it made landfall practically at peak intensity, which is really concerning situation. That's something we do not want to see during a cyclone making landfall.
Certainly. And it is worth noting that once again, this was the first Category 5 Australian scale landfall since Marcia in 2015. It's been that long since one made landfall. And you tracked that one, didn't you, Caesar?
Yeah, I did actually. It was one of the strongest storms I ever tracked back on that time. And it quite impressed me because Australia doesn't actually see too much intense tropical cyclones making landfall at all, well, at least at category 5 status in the Australian or Saffir-Simpson Scale. And I remember that really well. I was with the team as well tracking that storm back on 2015, and well, it was quite concerning because it actually wasn't expected Marcia to intensify that quickly. It was just hours prior landfall when suddenly intensified rather quickly and made landfall at peak intensity practically. And at the same time, with Cyclone Lam in the Gulf of Carpentaria as well, practically were simultaneous landfalls back on that time, which it was quite impressive, and I think the only time recorded when that such thing happened.
I see that you're back with us, Daniel.
Yes. I stepped away for some time. Realistically, I was actually taking a little power nap. But I came back.
Not a problem.
Now within the eye.
Oh, you're
Land,
playing Flight Simulator.
Yeah, I've been. That whole time it was running AFK in the eye wall.
And that is that's the eye as it's depicted in Flight Simulator.
Yes.
Wow, that's quite beautiful, to be honest.
I'm on the riding edge right now. Well, kind of. It's a ragged eye. But
wow.
All I know is that there's a lot of lightning on these edges, so, you know.
That is.
Yeah, speaking of lightning, Isaac, I don't know if you're able to pull that other website if you can. What are we seeing now for lightning now?
Basically nothing. Just a few bolts on the southwestern quadrant and 3 on the northeastern quadrant. And other than that, that's about it. These orange ones are going to be the old ones. The white ones are going to be the more recent ones.
So yeah, this storm clearly weakened as it came in then. Probably due to increasing wind shear and dry air, if I had to guess.
Probably. I would want to see if there's any part of the eye, I think. Maybe over there, Ethan.
Maybe.
But there was it was along this side earlier that I saw something that looked out of the ordinary for the eye. Because everything else looks stable in here besides that side.
So so Isaac, this Pardue station, right? Is it in the eye at this point?
In the eye wall, but not in the eye. It's not going to get into the eye. This is further east than I thought it would be. It's not in central Purdue. It's a little bit east of that. So it's going to be getting into that probably outer eye wall, maybe a little bit of the inner eye wall. The highest wind gust that I ever saw from it was 140 kilometers an hour, which I think is roughly 80 knots or miles an hour. So nothing compared to what that weather station above it got with the 156 knot reading at a time before it went offline.
Yeah. Well, I imagine that that weather station probably got winds right off the ocean, right at their strongest point at that point, and would not surprise me if this Pardue weather station is of course it's located a fair bit inland, so you know you got the effects of friction, and that will reduce the wind, I imagine, a little bit.
Yeah, still a very powerful cyclone no matter how you cut it here. I'm looking at, okay, the latest update as of a little over 10 minutes ago shows a pressure of 964.3 millibars with a wind speed of, wind speed of 88 kilometers an hour, 10 minutes sustained. That would be, what that would be in knots, that would be about 47 knots, 10 minutes sustained wind. Again, pressure is 964, and that's
Absolutely. If you have any comments or questions, you can down in the comment section down below. Be sure to tag us at 413. It will light up nice and bright for me to answer those in due course.
Also, Ethan, I was wrong. That opening is the other part of the eye that kind of has been trying to open up. This is what it looks like from high above right now.
Okay, so
Well,
it's not that bad.
While my PC wants to explode secretly.
Ah.
Listen, I have Flight Sim cranked to the max. And also put my room temperature at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Not a good mix with the PC. Yeah, my PC is practically a heater right now. The GPU is probably like at its max temperature. The max comfortable temperature.
Going back to the cyclone, let's take a look at radar here. And last I saw on radar, the radar was still pretty good considering how far inland it was. And yeah, you can see that latest frame on radar how cyclone's been doing. Still a relatively clear eye. However, due to the minuses, we're pretty flat terrain here. This is not going to be anything like the Hispaniola, where the minute the stain even gets close to that, it would shred it up. This is going to be a more of a gradual weakening as it goes inland, at least for maybe the next hour or two here before it to really get shredded by that moisture and dry air that'll make it move extremely fast to the southeast here. And if you loop it, you'll see how it's been going for the past few hours. Has it made landfall there, and especially continue to go more and more southeast with time and sped up with time as well. I think, what was it? Ethan, you were saying the movement speed was, I think, 12 miles an hour last we calculated it. Has that changed any at all?
It's probably sped up a little bit. If I had to guess, it's probably 13 to 14 miles per hour now.
So yeah, it's going to be, let me go back to this Bureau of Meteorology cone. You can see in those last forecast points there how this races off to the southeast, and instead again in that updated cone, it's doing that as well. And then if it goes to the BCWC cone, it's better how it races off to the southeast inland into interior area there, weakening rapidly as it does so.
Also, Ethan,
Go ahead.
if you look right now, this runway is positioned right on the edge of the other side, the eye wall. So, and if you look carefully, you can actually see it's slowly moving towards. Actually, it might be slightly. I think since the eye is currently changing shape a little bit, it might be opening up a little bit on these sides, but about to go right over. That's the eye wall. And there's the eye.
Very close. We do have a few questions here that have came in. Someone is asking us to look at 90W and will it re-strengthen? No, 90W is currently located over the Philippines, and that should be its demise actually due to land interaction.
Yeah.
So it's not going to.
Not likely.
No, it's not going to. It should actually probably be dissipating in a few hours or so.
Yeah.
Someone's asking this specifically to you, Tanya. Does the guy on Microsoft Flight Simulator have Rex weather force or the default weather?
This is currently default weather. So
I didn't even know that there was a mod for weather in Flight Simulator.
it would not surprise me.
Yeah.
New update from the Pardue weather station. It is now down even lower, actually, down to 961.1 millibars with a wind speed of 10-minute sustained wind speed rather, of 94 kilometers an hour, which is equivalent to 50 knots, 10-minute sustained wind. So pressure has lowered a little bit here. And like I said, it's going to be on that kind of in between the inner and outer eye wall here. So it's probably going to be not getting into that that area of lowest pressure and probably area of strongest wind, going off of where the weather station is located at, unfortunately. Of course, earlier at the Radar weather station, before it went offline, we reported that insane wind gust of 156 knots or 289 kilometers an hour before it went offline, with maximum sustained 10-minute sustained winds of 121 121 knots, equivalent to 224 kilometers an hour before that station went offline. It'll be interesting to see what the Bureau of Meteorology says about this data in their post-season check on this cyclone, and see whether or not if it was maybe a little bit stronger than they thought, or if it's a little bit lower than they thought, and what exactly comes of that when that situation gets through.
Absolutely. If you do have any comments or questions, send those down into the comment section down below. We'll answer those in due course. Besides that surface observation station that you have, Isaac, and Pardue, is there any other stations nearby that have recorded anything?
There is, well, the next closest one that's operating right now would be over, got the name of it, Port Hedland, would be in Port Hedland, the next closest operating one. There was one to the southeast of that location. I forgot the name off the top of my head here. It is, let's see here, Stray Gap was the other one that's close by the center. And when I clicked on that, I didn't see any observations whatsoever. So either the Bureau of Meteorology website is not loading in the data, or the weather station is not sending data, period. So Purdue is probably besides Purdue, Port Hedland would be the next closest operating weather station that I'm aware of.
So either way, there's not a whole lot in the area, which is unfortunate. Would have really liked to have a little bit more in the area, but sparsely populated areas, you know. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Very fortunate how it's hitting in this area, too, as opposed to Port Hedland. Some of the models were kind of hinting that it might get a little too close for comfort, and Fortunately, it's gone a little bit further east and spared Port Hedland. Had it hit Port Hedland, it would have been a major, major economical disaster, because you got to keep in mind that part of Australia, Port Hedland, is the biggest port in the entire country. So to stop all that and prepare ahead of time for that, and the damage that would have caused would have been just astronomical. But fortunately, though, as we're seeing now, it's passed well enough and safely enough away from the city here. However, that being said, it's still impacting some locations, but only roughly about 200 people, as opposed to, I think, 15,000 or over 15,000 people that it would have if it gotten closer or hit Port Hedland, like some of the models are indicating at one point.
Some people are asking here, would Ilsa be an extratropical storm further into Australia?
Probably would eventually.
Yeah.
How long that would take? Maybe 2 days or so. 2 days. Yeah. Could be early. Could be sooner.
I mean, the storm will last for quite a little bit over the flat terrain.
At the same time, it'll be booking it to the southeast with that drier and wind shear. So I would say probably 2 days. But could be early. Could be sooner than that.
Absolutely. Another question here. Are we expecting the brown ocean effect from this?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Well, despite you have a flat terrain, and you have there is a system which really had the brown ocean in the past, but in this case it's totally different. That because it has a jet interaction, it is post-jet interaction, which since then it has very strong vertical wind shear and mid-level dry air to intrude into the core to completely offset the effect and cause it to weaken pretty significantly, along with the main reason of the land interaction.
Yeah, absolutely. If this storm was, say, a high-end tropical storm, or maybe even a low-end Category 1 coming in, then we could maybe see the brown ocean effect. But I just think that this storm is too strong coming on in.
Yeah, and even HWRF is forecasting it to drop below gale force after 24 hours. It's weakening very quickly, thanks to 50 knot shear.
Yeah, this is certainly a storm that's going to be for the history books here for Australia, as we're tracking it here. You're watching Port 13 live. Trying to get a new update on that Purdue weather station, because I think they had a new update come out here, and of course technology being technology, not being too
Mic
kind
off.
to me at this moment. I see a question here saying if it's going to head towards Perth. No, this storm is not going to go anywhere near Perth. And let me zoom out here to give you kind of a reference. It will let me do that. To how far away this is from Perth. Perth is going to be all the way down here. Oh, and my PC is cracked. So it's far away from Perth. It's not going to be really an issue whatsoever for them. Looking at
Absolutely, and in this, sorry, Isaac.
I was going to say, go ahead. Sorry.
But yeah, I mean these kind of places. I mean they aren't. Well, it's common to see tropical cyclones, but not really these kind of intense cyclones, you know, and that is the main concerning situation. The rainfall is not is expected to not be that much, thanks to the fast moving progress of the cyclone. I mean, it's fast forward moving to the southeast, and clearly it's expected to weaken quite quickly in the next hours. But still, it's definitely a concerning situation, because you never expect such an intense storm, or at least that storm intensifies that quickly in the last few hours before making landfall. Fortunately, there's no much population there, but Port Hedland, it's a really vulnerable place, since they do some exportations, mineral exportations, and they can register millions and millions or even billions of economic losses due to closing like the business, because the cyclone's proximity and the cyclone's potential danger it brings, of course. And well, the storm surge, the rainfall, the wind, it's just part of it, and unfortunately it's something that, for Port Hedland and places nearby the Western Australia territory, something you don't want to see at all.
Yeah, it's not too often that you see cyclones of this stature making landfall in this part of the world. This is not Australia is not going to be like with the places like with the Philippines, where you get seemingly a major typhoon landfall there every year, or at least once or twice a year. Australia is a little bit different than that. So it's been quite a while since we've seen something of this magnitude make landfall. Of course, in terms of pressure, this is the strongest since Cyclone George in 2007 was had a pressure, if memory serves me right, 902 millibars at landfall, and this has a pressure of I think it was 922 at the maximum intensity here before making landfall. So this is not something you see common over here, but fortunately, as Cesar was mentioning, this is making landfall of a pretty sparsely populated area. This is not making landfall over Port Hedland or Broome, the two biggest cities in this part of the country, mind you. It's going right in between, splitting the gap and making landfall in an area where not too many people are. And the people who are in this area, from what I understand, have been evacuated about a day in advance. And if there is anybody there, I would assume they're doing the safety and staying in shelter right now until this cyclone passes them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very important that even though that there's not a whole lot of people in this area, they still need updates. They still need information about this storm. And of course, regardless the amount of people we're here to cover for those storms, So we have gotten a few questions while I was just away for a minute. Someone is asking, why does a cyclone slow down once it reaches land? Well, it depends on what you mean by slow down. If you mean by movement speed or wind speed. By movement speed, not really. A cyclone can either speed up or they can slow down. It all depends on the steering currents. For wind speed, it's mainly because whenever the storms are out at the open ocean, they have less friction, and if you know friction, that tends to slow things down a little bit. Whenever winds are moving, they like to have less friction so that they can move freely and can get higher winds. But of course, the more friction you have, the lower the wind speed you have. And as a result, since there is more land mass underneath this storm, that means that there is an overall weakening of the wind speed. Hopefully that makes sense. So I know that we're about to get an update from the Bureau of Meteorology here in just a few minutes. Don't play that.
Ethan, I can confirm on Flight Sim, that wide gap in the eye, that's not supposed to be there.
I think the latest update just came in, Ethan. I'm seeing the cone here, and it looks like they put it down to a category 4 cyclone on the scale.
Oh yes, that's new. So this is hot off the press from the Bureau of Meteorology. Down to a Category 4 on the Australian scale. Hot off the press
really surprised me.
from the Bureau. I'm a bit shocked that they did it this early, to be honest. I would have probably kept it on for at least like another hour or so. But good to see that they have gone ahead and dropped it off now.
We have that sustained, permanent sustained winds of it down to 195 kilometers an hour, with gusts to 270 kilometers an hour, and they have it moving southeast at 22 kilometers an hour.
You just wanted to read off their latest advisory here. They say, severe tropical cyclone Ilsa, now down to a Category 4, is currently crossing the coast, has already, between the Grey and Pardo Roadhouse, and is starting to weaken as it moves overland. Observation at Beddoe Island, offshore of the East Pilbara coast, recorded severe tropical cyclone winds of 218 kilometers per hour, with gusts of 288 kilometers per hour. A very destructive wind impact is occurring along the coast and adjacent inland parts between the Grey and Pardo Roadhouse. During Friday, Ilsa is forecast to maintain tropical cyclone intensity as it tracks past Telfer and further inland across the northern interior district and the northern parts of the southern interior district. Ilsa is then expected to weaken below tropical cyclone strength overnight Friday as it moves into southern parts of the Northern Territory. I don't believe that they changed the watches and warnings at all with this advisory. So a tropical cyclone warning remains in place for Bidyadanga to Port Hedland, including Port Hedland, but not including Bidyadanga, and heading inland to near Kiwikura, including Kunawartiji. I bet I'm not pronouncing that if I got that wrong. Nulligeen, Marble Bar, Parangur, and Telfer. There is no cyclone watch in effect, but the cancelled areas with this, there actually is some. Whim Creek to Port Hedland is apparently the cancelled zone for the cyclone warning. So that's the latest from the Bureau of Meteorology, down to a Category 4 on the Australian scale. So very slow weakening as it moves inland. Which I shouldn't really say very slow, I should just say quick. Well, that's the latest from the Bureau of Meteorology. And I imagine that our analyst team will be providing another position fix pretty soon for our 18Z fix, and that will be the next information will be coming out at our TWB in about 7 hours from now. That's when it's due to be around. So we're going off the air now, unfortunately. So if you do have any last comments or questions, your last minute to send them in is pretty much now at this point. This storm is weakening as it moves inland, probably down to maybe around 150, 145 miles per hour. Of course, if you are in the path of this storm, please do take the necessary precautions and shelter in place at this point, as the storm is still extremely dangerous. Even though that it's inland, even though that it is weakening, it still is a very strong storm. Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson Scale and Category 4 on the Australian scale.
Ethan, you know one thing I realize right now is ever since this thing has been on inland, I've not seen one flash of lightning on Flight Sim.
I think that's pretty normal. But yeah, the storm made landfall about an hour ago with winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 930 millibars. It was just weakening down from Category 5 intensity as it made landfall. Of course, it peaked beforehand. And once again, that landfall intensity of 155 miles per hour, 930 millibars, makes it the strongest Australian landfall in a little while. The first Cat 5 Australian scale landfall since Marcia in 2015. That's it from us here at 413. We'll be back with further updates on this storm, and the tropical weather bulletin will be out in about 7 hours from now. Stay safe and stay tuned to the Bureau of Meteorology for the latest information on Cyclone Ilsa.